prayed that he might die and said, "It is enough. Now, Lord, take my life, for I am no better than my fathers." Then as he lay and slept under a broom tree, suddenly an angel touched him and said to him, "Arise and eat." Then he looked, and there by his head was a cake, baked on coals, and a jar of water. So he ate and drank and lay down again, and the angel of the Lord came back the second time of him. So with refreshing, reclaiming, recharging, and renewing our roles as early childhood professional educators in mind, we find ourselves in 1 Kings 19, where Elijah, one of God's greatest prophets, was under a solitary broom tree. And teachers, he's stressed out, he's tired, he's burnt out. I believe those are familiar terms for many of us to teach and educate. And he even asked God, "God, kill me now. I've had enough. I'm frustrated. Take my life. I am ready to give up." Kill me now. Just before this had happened, however, friends, Elijah had done a wonderful, wonderful, miraculous work. He was on top of Mount Carmel. He had a big face-off against over 400 false prophets, and he rained down fire from heaven, showing that God, his God, was almighty, and that he was a true prophet. Teachers, it is possible that even in spite of excellent work, an excellent accomplishment, and great fulfilling task, that afterwards you may feel frustrated, you may feel tired, you may feel burnt out, and you will want to give up. So what happened between the mountain top and the wilderness where he was? What happened between the miracle and the solitary wilderness? What happened was that, yes, he performed the miracle. And teachers, I think many times we as people and the people around us, we get excited when we think about the great result, but we forget the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. So you know that you dress well and you look nice and you smell good and you show up to work and you do a good job by the grace of God, but we take for granted what goes on into that. The sleepless nights, the toiling over a lesson plan, the finding the right outfit to match what you have in mind, the getting children ready and still doing what you have to do. My children are in the back, by the way, so I totally understand. We take for granted the strain that goes on behind the scenes. So Elijah performed the miraculous work, but no doubt it was tiring. And after he defeated these false prophets, a storm was coming, and he outran a chariot for miles, expending energy. And after all of that had happened, Jezebel, the evil queen, levied a death threat against him. And this is what led him to where he was. He did a good thing, but he was tired. Sound familiar to you? He did a good thing, but he was tired. And in the midst of his fatigue, some opposing force comes and says something nasty about him, to him. So he wants to give up. He feels alone. He feels undervalued. He feels exhausted. And I must be preaching to the choir, teachers. If you are an early childhood educator, you must know what it means to pour out all of yourself sometimes. Once again, I have two small children, and they sometimes drive me crazy. I love them, but I don't love the act of having always appreciate teaching. And so I have some teacher friends, and unfortunately, I've come to understand that your position as a teacher is oftentimes judged by where you're teaching and what school you're teaching at. So perhaps if you were sent to a country school, the idea is that you're not a good teacher. And if you were in the cities or someplace nice and prestigious, you're a good teacher. And so they are sub-narratives that drive you down. And so before long, burnout creeps in, and looking after children starts to feel like chores instead of golden opportunities. The fire fades, and you're tired, you're stressed out, you want to give up, and you are under your own solitary fruit tree. So we are like Elijah. But I want to encourage us this morning that God came to Elijah under that tree. And I pray that through our interaction and through this entire session, you will experience God's ministry to your own fruit tree. So we have 4 steps this morning. 4 R's. And I'll be very brief with them. The first is refreshing. The first is refreshing. And when I think of the idea of refreshing, I think of how hot it is outside. Notwithstanding today, but generally the sun has been very hot. And I think of a cold glass of water. I think of the way it parches my thirst. I think of the way that it refreshes me, but not just refreshes me, it refreshes me from the inside out. I feel good when that cold water hits my chest. And there is a sensation that it spreads throughout my whole body. And I begin to feel better inside in spite of what is going on outside. You listen to the teachers, I feel better inside in spite of what is going on outside. And so how did Elijah receive his refreshing? God sent an angel, and the angel gave him bread and water. Bread and water. Food and drink. Friends, teachers, and Elijah took it. And so sometimes we don't need a fantastic formula. We don't need a dynamic action plan to deal with the issues that we are dealing with. Sometimes, teachers, you just need a good snack and drink. And it helps. You just need a good meal and a good drink, and it need to look after you. You need not take your personal sustenance for granted. And so many times as teachers, you skip breakfast to get to work on time. Yeah? You nibble on some crackers to finish an assignment. You do everybody's work and handle everybody's business except your own. And so, in order for you to be your best self, refreshing is important. Resting and nourishing yourself is important. I believe that when I think of teachers, I see many tired and overworked and undernourished teachers. And I have to confront the paradox that, and I'm happy we have a fitness instructor here, you're good? Happy to see you. I'm a fitness aficionado myself. In a past life, I would have been an athlete, but God said so. That being said, what amazes me is that when we skip meals and eat later, it actually makes us gain weight. Yeah. So you're really supposed to eat on time to get that metabolism where it needs to be. I'm on the right track, yeah? All right, good. So I got 4 things. So eating on time is very important for you to maintain your well-being. And so tired, overworked, undernourished, in comes diabetes teachers. In comes high blood pressure teachers. I'm talking to anybody? When we neglect our basic so I went home last summer, well, recently, 2 months ago, and I encountered an old classmate from my batch. Bright young man, he played sports at school, he was a volleyballer, and he was an accountant. And so he had a very affluent job, and he was involved with an affluent accounting firm. However, when I saw him, he looked dragged down. He was begging me for a ride. He was telling me he had nothing to eat. As a pastor, he told me a story. He said to me that as he began to climb the ladder, the work began to pile on. And as the work began to pile on, one of his colleagues introduced him to cocaine. And he said that when he hit that, he could do 5 days worth of work in one night. Back then. So he neglected his basic needs and he substituted it for something else. And for us, it may not be cocaine, but it may be alcohol. It may be coffee. It may be junk food. It may be late night cake. It may be something that we ought not to indulge in, or ought not to indulge in without discipline. And so his life spiraled out of control. He lost custody of his daughters. He got his vehicle written off. He got fired from his job. And that is where I found him that day. He went from very successful to very dependent, simply because he would not take care of himself. And he took a shortcut. And I want to focus on that, my friends. God brought bread and water. He brought sustenance, not gluttony. Teacher, hello? If something makes you feel too good, chances are it's not too good for you. Yeah? Anything that makes you feel too good in an instant isn't too good for you. So God brought him what he needed, not what would have made him feel good. And it's very important that we make that distinction. So we refresh by accepting what God provides. We need a meal and a rest and taking care of ourselves and not taking shortcuts. Secondly, we reclaim. And when I think of reclaiming, the image conjured is one of I am something and something is a part of me. And through experiences, I have lost that thing. And so I go back and take back what is mine. And we see reclamation in our text where God tells Elijah through the angel, get up and eat. And Elijah gets up and eats. And through that activity, Elijah is forced to do something that his job asked him to ask of other people. Elijah has to obey. Elijah has to obey. Get up and eat. God issues a command, and Elijah has to respond to the command. And the irony of this is, my sisters, my teachers, my friends, my brothers, is as a prophet, Elijah tells other people, obey. And now it was his turn to take his own advice. Teachers, don't be upset with me, but I wonder if sometimes teachers don't make the work clear. I won't make the accusation, but I will ask you to ponder the question. Don't teachers sometimes, by virtue of their vocation at times, adopt the stance that I already know, therefore I need not be taught? I'm not accusing, I'm posing the question. But it's an important concept to wrestle with because here Elijah has to do what he challenges other people to do. An important part of reclaiming is being true to the virtue of your vocation. So if you are going to be teaching others, a teacher needs to be teachable themselves. As a prophet, Elijah called others to obey. Now he himself had to obey. So then what is an authentic teacher? How does an authentic teacher look? What do they do? May I submit to us that a true teacher, an authentic teacher, gets the word on time. Oh my. An authentic teacher endeavors to cover their syllabus before the time is gone. An authentic teacher endeavors to put measures in place that their goals are achieved before the school year is complete. And as a pastor, I am told this, but I believe it also applies to you. As a pastor, I am told the best sermon I will ever preach is the sermon of my lifestyle. So how I speak to you on the street. How I love my wife, how I love my children, how I handle conflict, how I handle disappointment, how I handle lack, and how I handle plenty, and how the world sees me handle these things. Likewise, teachers. The children are watching you. And the best lesson that you will ever teach is your lifestyle. You demand please and thank you. Do you offer please and thank you? You demand sorry. Do you offer sorry? You require good job. Do you offer good job? Elijah had to obey. We, in our capacity of teachers, must also be teachable. Thirdly is recharging. And when I looked at this topic and I saw my themes and I saw my 4 R's and I asked, what is the difference between refreshing and recharging? And so what came to mind is if refreshing is I am pouring a glass of water and I am sitting and I'm feeling good and I'm feeling better inside in spite of what is going on outside. Recharging is that after I have felt better inside, I get up and I go and I move and I do. If for me, the idea of recharging, it gives the image of locomotion. It gives the image of dynamism. It gives the image of energy being expended to do what we have to do. Productivity, my friends. The Bible says after Elijah was strengthened in this meal, he got up and traveled 40 days and 40 nights to Mount Horeb. And so it's good to rest, it's good to take a break, but when it's time to go, we gotta go. When it's time to do, we gotta do. When it's time to perform, we have to perform. And this is what recharging looks like. It is persistent. It is doing what we have to do. It is a decision to keep going. And I want us to know, my dear teachers, that the depressing circumstances around him did not stop. But he got up and went where he had to go. Sometimes things don't get better unless we make them better. Sometimes things don't change unless we first change it. And so we can't sit down on our hands and feel upset. We have to get up. And so if you look at me, I'm a young pastor. I have an afro on my head. I have my hair. I'm a pretty radical guy. And so I said some things to my superiors that made them go, what? And I stand on what I say. And I don't apologize for what I say. But I say what I'm led to say because the reality is I am convicted that if I don't say, I do not see the changes that I want to invest. So I say gave is respect, but without fear and without fear. And recharging is the persistence to keep going when we have every excuse to give up, to sit down and enjoy the shade of that broom tree. Recharging means that you refuse to stay stuck in that broom tree. Yes, you're still in the wilderness. Yes, Jezebel is still after you. Yes, the circumstances are still against you. But guess what? You got to go. Practically, it looks like your salary is low, teachers. Oh, my. Can I challenge us to consider that every smile from a child is another dose of payment? Can I challenge us to consider that? No, I'm not speaking from pretend. I'm speaking from experience. I'm just Teacher Walker is Moravian Teacher Walker. You know how much I make and how much I don't make. And I have had opportunities to give this up and do something more lucrative, but I have stayed here. And I have stayed here, and I have said to my wife, I have said to her, and I've said to other people, yes, I may have been able to make more money in a different vocation, but God has paid me other ways. And I have accrued intangible wealth. And so in a world where people don't say good morning anymore, I always say good morning. In a world where people are unable to resolve conflict, I have conflict resolution skills. In a world where people are unwilling to work with other people that they don't like, I will love you when I don't like you and work with you to the glory of God. And those are skills I have cultivated by virtue of saying yes to God and no to the temporal things. Yes, the money will be good, and I'm trusting God for more is going to come. But until those things come, I am learning to qualify the intangible currency as my payment today. I know many of my colleagues. I train as an athlete, some guys that were athletes with me. Some of them, they never settled. And so if I had my way, I would have gone on a track scholarship. You listening? I would have gone on a track scholarship, and I never would have gone to seminary. But God knows, and I know if I went on that track scholarship, who knows what drugs I would have been doing? Who knows whose daughter I would have gotten pregnant? Now I'm speaking to us really. And so God knew what I could manage then in my level of maturity to what I could manage now. And God put me on the path that was best suited for me. And I believe that the hindrances of our vocation do not take away from the luxuries of our vocation. And teachers, there are luxuries that I believe we don't often take the time to appreciate. But every success story in the world is on the foundation of a teacher who did a good job. And nobody can take that away from you. Nobody. And so teaching tools are scarce. Yeah, you can clap for that. Teaching tools are scarce. You can be creative. You can seek donations. You can involve parents. People are talking about you. You can prove them wrong with consistency and excellence. Recharging is persistent, my friend. Persistent. Endowed by our relationship with God. Recharging is choosing to try again, even though things have not changed yet. And lastly is renewal. Renewal is a fresh way of approaching things. There's an adage that goes, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And so, my friends, if we want to see change, as I said earlier, we have to be willing to change as well. So what happens is that after Elijah journeys to Mount Horeb, God reveals himself, and God sends Elijah back with a new king, with a new mission. He sends Elijah back. And teachers, remember, Elijah is wanted dead. God sends him back to where they want him dead. Elijah ran away. God sent him back to where he ran away from. Remember, things don't get better unless you make them better sometimes. So God sends him back. And God says, you are going to be an active participant in this change you want to see. So you anoint a new king. You anoint your replacement. You're tired, you're going to get a break. Somebody else is going to come along. And you who think you're all alone, guess what? There are 7,000 faithful prophets that I have preserved. Go back and find them. Teachers, sometimes the problem is not just that things are not the way we want them to be. Sometimes the biggest problem is that we can't see things being any other way. Sometimes the problem is not a lack of resources. Sometimes the problem is a lack of vision to mobilize the resources we already have. And so there's a king we don't want, get a new king. There's a job we can't handle, get some help. We feel we're all alone, take a fresh look. We are not as alone as we. That is what it means to be unique. It means to come to the same classroom, come to the same daycare, but with a new mindset. Good people are still up there. Good resources are still up there. And friends, we are making a difference. You may not see that difference today, but I can testify to you that that difference will be seen in time to come. As I prepare to close, I'll leave us with one last personal illustration. And so if you read my bio, I am relatively accomplished and I give God all glory. And one of my favorite accomplishments is that I was head boy at both my primary schools. I did not start on that track. When I started primary school, I was the child who pulled my pants down and I mooned the head teacher. And I got lashes for that. When I was in, what do we call the grade when you are 7 years old, 8 years old? Grade 2? When I was in grade 2, I remember I still was not able to tie my shoelaces. And I had a good teacher who took me to the side of the class at break time. And she taught me how to tie my laces. She taught me how to tie my laces. I couldn't do my timetable. I remember that, and she loved who couldn't do the tables the first day, and I went home and learned my tables quickly for the next day. And sharing that to say that it was because of that teacher that my foundation for excellence was built. I went from the debate coach who told on his pants that the principal to the head boy of that school. Because the teacher such a I want to believe that all of you have your own success stories of students who had no hope. That in 20 years, they're doing the thing and doing the thing well. Because of it. May you continue on your journey. Taking the break and rest you need. Walking in integrity to who you are supposed to be. Getting up and being the change you need to be. And seeing things refresh us. Refreshing, reclaiming, recharging, and renewing. Let us pray. God, thank you for your inspiration and guidance. May we be take our rest and our well-being seriously. May we walk with integrity, and may we be bold enough to advance the change we want. Give us new eyes, that where we saw no hope, you give us the way. In Jesus' name. Have a blessed session, everybody. Thank you so much.
Reverend Kevin. Reverend Kevin, thank you. On behalf of all of us here, and for the program of our teacher, the generation where we are somewhere else to go at this present time, but this is for the part of our teaching. I thank you for the work. We now call on our good friend here, Mr. Warner, just for a few moments before we get to our teacher at the person this morning, Dr. Ashley Patel, Dr. A.B.C. Please welcome Mr. Warner.
A pleasant good morning, everyone. You know that song, Rise and Shine and Give God the glory, children of the Lord. And it's promising to be 4 days worth of so much information, so much fun, that we can't wait until the next one comes around, right? Right. Rise and shine and give God the glory as we get prepared for our first signature purchase. You can spend and join with me if you want to do something here. Let's put a little rhythm and spice it up. All right, after two, one, two. Rise and shine and give God the glory. And give God the glory. Rise and shine and children of the Lord. Let's try that one more time again. Rise and shine and give God the glory, glory. Amen. You may be seated. You know what else you see? I don't feel that goodness coming out. I don't know if it's too cold. I don't know if some persons haven't had breakfast or anything as yet. But let me ask the question again. How are you feeling this morning? I'm hearing great. I'm hearing awesome. I'm hearing good. Any more adjectives? Cool. The Lord is going to send the sunshine. You know, you are just start with you. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that at all. All right. So I am here this morning. I will be your master of ceremony for today and tomorrow as well. We have a packed program, a packed conference of activities planned for you today. As I said, you don't want to miss it. And I am encouraging you, take out the pen, take out the phone, whatever you want to have, whatever you have to record information, because it's going to be a lot of information that you are going to be all recharged and ready for that September morning when school reopens, right? Right. All right, so I'm just going to take about 5 minutes because I'm going to invite Ms. Walker back. She's sorting out some stuff. I'm just going to take about 5 minutes just to find out who are the persons that we have here this morning. Just to find out who are the persons that we have here this morning.
Dr. ABC, we are here. Hi, Dr. ABC. Andrew B. Andrew B. Campbell, Dr. ABC, is an assistant professor teaching stream in leadership for racial justice in teacher education in a Master of Teaching program at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, University of Toronto, OIST. He is coordinator for the Black Future Educators Program, BFEP, and the newly appointed director of the Center for Black Studies in Education. Dr. ABC is known to the OISC and wider community for his leadership and advancing equity, leadership, 2SL, LGBTQIA, and the community and teacher education. Dr. ABC's exploratory work has seen numerous awards bestowed to him, such as the 2024 recipient of the Black History Month Award from the Jamaica Canadian Association, the 2022 Award for Excellence in Initial Teacher Education from University of Toronto, the 2021 Distinguished African Caribbean Award from University of Toronto, African Alumni Association, the 2021 Champion Educator Award from ONABSE, Ontario Alliance of Black School Educators, and numerous others. He presently teaches courses in anti-discrimination education, leadership, education change, urban education, and Black educators' identity and pedagogy. He has presented at numerous conferences and has delivered many presentations as a keynote speaker, motivational speaker, and worship facilitator. He loves people, food, fashion, traveling, and bringing his community together for a good meal. Help me welcome Dr. ABC.
don't have to tell me. I know that. I want you to stir up the gift inside of you, reclaim, and go forward. The next one we want to talk about quickly is the word renew. Renew. The only thing I'm going to say about renew is this. I want you to listen to me. I want you to ask yourself, what are the things on my vision board? I know we give vision board to the new students in university, the new students in elementary, in primary school, the new job, the new. No. I'm not here about the new people. This is for us, the older folks, the mature ones, the ones who have been around for a while. If I ask you, what is on your vision board for the new school year, what would it be? Maybe one of your speakers. I have a funny feeling because I look at the speakers today, I don't look at myself. I look at the speakers today. I look at who is coming next. I look at speaker one, Mrs. Spencer, talking about the classroom management strategies. And I hear any one of you be like, I don't want to hear from Ms. Spencer because I can manage a class. No. Ms. Spencer is going to give you a new strategy that you and I don't know about. Listen for a new strategy. Add it to your repertoire. You never know when you may need it. We're going to have Dr. Tong. That's a proper name, or Tong Day, or Kwasi. Dr. Kwasi. Talking about technology. How many of you are using technology? I'm not talking about your phone. I'm not talking about your phone. I see these young teachers now teaching with the phone in their hands, and they're teaching. Put down the phone, please, and teach people's children. Put down the phone, please, and teach people's children. Put down the texting and Instagramming and teach the people's children. Who regret they by me? Raise your hand. Nobody? Thank you. And when I come next year or the other year in person, I'm going to come just as hot, or I'm coming even hotter. We have to be careful what we are doing. We have to give people's children the best. They need it. Let me tell you something. A lot of the young teachers are saying, well, I'm not anybody's mother, and I'm not the children's father. I am the teacher. I know. It's the new way. But you can't be a great teacher without the mothering and the fathering element. I said it right down. I said it right down. You cannot be the best teacher without the. I feel it in my body so much. Oh my God, I felt it in my body. You cannot be the best teacher on staff without the mothering and the fathering and the aunting and the godmothering. You cannot. Now let me tell you what good teaching is. Good teaching is prepared content, seasoned with love and care. Good content, seasoned with love and care. At the university where I teach, not the children, because I don't even teach undergrad. All I teach is masters and PhD students. And they would say to you, Dr. Campbell cares. How are you pouring on the government school? Do you know the school is sometimes the only safe or sometimes the safest place for some children? Do you know, oh my God, I feel it in my body. Oh my God, I'm feeling everything in my body today. Do you know that when you give them an activity to make a postcard, sometimes it's the only postcard they get to see? Let's do an activity in September where they make a postcard to themselves. Oh yes. Oh yes. They make a wishing you a great year postcard to themselves. Don't tell them it's for themselves. Just tell them you're going to make a postcard to someone they can make a better postcard. As you know, there's always two. Because they didn't realize it for themselves. So they may have not done it the best. And then that's going to be your morning devotion. Did you make the best postcard for somebody? Because you're teaching them how to give their best as well. How are we doing the reviewing? So if you had to go and make that vision board, everyone, what would be on your vision board? For me, I started out, my dream was to be a school teacher. That's all I had. I want to be a school teacher. I want to be a teacher so bad. I was so excited when I graduated from college. I want to be a teacher. And then I became a teacher. And then I said, I want to be like a fabulous teacher. Because I thought a fabulous teacher means I'm going to have to be the principal. But I didn't go that route. I started teaching college. And then I started doing workshops. And then I got my master's, which I studied part-time while teaching full-time. Oh, you have to tell me I'm helping somebody today who's been saying, I can't do my master's. You can't, you have to start. You have to start next year, September. One course. One course. One course. I did my master's part-time because I couldn't afford a full-time master's. If I leave my job and go to school full-time, how am I going to pay my rent? I don't have that life. I don't come from that life. I can't afford that life. And so I do one course here, one course here, one course here, one course here. Can I tell you a secret? When I went through my bachelor's degree at Jamaica Theological Seminary, oh God, I thank you for your love and your goodness towards me. And I remember 2 times I get a letter. Dear Mr. Campbell, you want to inform me that your school is overdue. Okay. And so, you know, you can't start the next semester unless you clear the bill. 2 times I got that letter. 2 different times. And the second time I got it, I will never forget. It's not in my speech, but my spirit says I need to tell the story because somebody needs this story. For those who don't know, I'm a storyteller. That's what I do as well. And I'll never forget that time. I'll never forget. It was 1998. And I know I'm very good. I almost say damn good, but I'm not going to say. I know I'm very good reading teacher. You know what I did? I put an advertisement in the newspaper saying I'm going to open Saturday class. But let me tell you something, director. When the first Saturday class comes, let me tell you something, Miss Shadula, let me tell you something, Speaker, Miss Pedesta Brown, talk to you all, speakers. My veranda of my office was full. 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock, start to the class. Reading, teaching only reading. Full. The next Saturday, I had to open a second class. So I teach from 9 to 11 and 11 to 1. No break in between. And 11 o'clock people have to go at 11 o'clock. The 9 o'clock people have to go at 11 o'clock because 11 o'clock people coming. I use my gifts, my talent, my abilities, and I made money and I paid off my school. Paid off and paid to buy clothes because I like clothes. I had an overflow. Some of you in this room are sitting on your gift. I keep going back to it, you know. I don't know why. I keep going back to it. Some of you are sitting on your gifts. Paid off the school. Did my master's, paid it off as well. Did my PhD. I know I didn't get any scholarship. I went to ask them about scholarship. I said, I didn't go to scholarship way, so I don't know the scholarship language. I know work part-time, show a partner, get the partner draw, and pay for school. traveling. I love a plane. But I didn't take my school fee money going on vacation. I paid for my course. Now I can go on all kind of vacation. Sometimes people wonder, how my vacation is so much. I said, you didn't see me when I was taking the bus. When I was going to my PhD, I didn't have a car. I took the bus. You see, when a lot of you get speakers, they like to tell you how fabulous their life is in 2025. That can't help some of you. That can't help you. I have to tell you when I was not as fabulous and how I go from not fabulous to fabulous to super fabulous to super duper fabulous. So I want you to know you are my friend. You are me. You are me. I am you. I want you to give people's children the best. But I also want you to remember to give yourself the best as well. Now some of you are amazing, but you are not giving yourself the best. That's why when I saw the theme, I was like, what a powerful theme. Because normally when you go back to school workshop, the themes are like, empowering the future of education, technology 101, making AI possible, making lessons. Like it's all about going back to school, which is great. But who is talking about the recharge and the reclaim? So I want to leave this with you as I close the last part of this speech today. And it's a recharge. It's a recharge. It's a recharge. It's the way in which I prepare myself, take care of myself, so I can be good for you today. There's something that I always say. It's written all over social media, my social media. I want to be well enough to be good enough. That's an original Dr. ABC. You write it down and quote me on it. It's not your quote, it's mine. You have to cite me on it. We're not going to steal people's work. Many of you are people stealing your work. You have to be well enough to be good enough. What do I mean by that? Are you taking care of yourself? Talk to me. And I'm not talking about nails. I love a good spa. I'm not talking about facials. I have very good skin because I take care of it. I'm not talking about clothes. I love clothes. I love fashion. I love style. I'm not talking about vacation and hotels. I'm talking about how you take care of your full body, your inner man as well. Let me tell you another story. In pandemic, you all see in TV and the pandemic, you all experience the pandemic. We are in lockdown. It was a situation. And I did an online thing during the pandemic. I would go online every morning on social media, and I would do this thing called a spoonful. And many people followed me, and they got, good encouragement from me. And one day I got a text from someone I know, a lady I know, and she said, "Hey, Dr. ABC, how are you doing?" She did not know that. That's not what she said. She said, "Hey, Dr. ABC, how are you?" And I quickly replied, I said, "I'm fine, I'm fabulous." That's how I like to text. I'm fabulous. And she texted me back and she said, "How are you on the inside?" I paused. I was kind of situation. This is what's going on. She was education. All my siblings are doing well when it comes to education and what they, because that's what our parents gave us. Good, grounded education. And let me tell you a little story. So in the pandemic, my business really thrived. And you and I know that in pandemic, some people lost a lot and some people gained. That's the truth. You know, when some of us were locked up in the house thinking the world outside is not happening, I know people who bought houses in pandemic. I know people who got married in pandemic. People who had children in the pandemic. Life was life. And my mom was sick, but my business thrived because I'm an online teacher. I do very well online. You are experiencing me. Some of you, I think you were surprised. I mean, you were surprised that I'm coming through online with all this truth that some people can only give to you when they're in the room. But I bring the truth online virtually, asynchronous, synchronous. I bring the truth. And let me tell you something. People were coming to me. Just, Dr. Campbell, we need to speak about anti-black racism. We need you. So my business moved in the pandemic. And then I went up to take care of my mom. And I was tired because I was doing a lot. And I went to the river. I love the water. I'm a water person. I went to the river. And just remember now, right through the pandemic, 2020, all you can see of me online is me online. If you go on my Facebook, tons of pictures of me online in the pandemic, because that is what I do. And now I'm in Jamaica, and I'm posting a picture of me in the river. And something said to me, don't post that picture. And something said to me, well, nobody wants to see you resting because you make your money from doing that. People want to see you always talking, always on the mic, always on the mic. And I said, that's some nonsense. Nobody is always supposed to be always on the mic doing. When do you rest and take care of yourself? And when I post that picture, and I wrote a little caption about it, I said, pulling away to refresh, rejuvenate, so I can be good, I can be better. The number of people who inbox me and commented on it and said, thank you, Dr. for showing us the intentional ways in which you take care of yourself. So this idea that you always must look busy is fake. This idea that you always must look like you're doing a project is not sustainable. You know what on my break at school, I'm going to tell you. I work at a school called for years called Briarwood. You can check it out. When it's my lunchtime, the children know, do not come to Mr. Campbell. That Mr. Campbell is having his lunch. He's playing Beyonce or Whitney Houston loud in his classroom. My foot is up on my table, and I'm eating my chicken bone, my curry bone, or whatever I like my bone. Do not disturb. When they come to the door, I said, not today. I said, no. I said, go outside. Go on the play. Go play. Go play. Mr. Campbell is having his lunch, and I want to be unbothered. I was famous at that school for taking my lunch break. And I was famous to love you some more. That is a part of the package of recharge, redevelopment, rejuvenate. How are you taking care of this? So I'm going to leave you with this. I want you to remember that you have to be the best to give other people's children the best. Be intentional about your planning for the school year. Refresh the stuff. Change it up. Fix it up. Make your learning environment exceptional. About your planning, your pedagogy, and your practice. So 4 words you're going to write for me as we go. 4 words. Let's go. The first one is your planning. Get it together. Refresh, recharge, rejuvenate, reclaim. The second one is your pedagogy. Your teaching. Come on, get it together. Let's get it together. Let's do it. We know how to do it. Do it, man. You know to do it. You got the tools. You are equipped. That's why you're here today. Do it. That's the first one is a planning. Second one is a pedagogy. Then the third one is your practice. How you do what you do. How is your practice? People always say she's a practicing physician. She's a practicing psychologist. She's a practicing. He's a practicing. You're a practicing teacher. How is your practice? And the last one is your person. It's your person. So your planning, your pedagogy, your practice, and your person. As you bring your whole self to school, so other people's children can flourish because they know that they have the bestest teacher. I know it's not a word, don't worry. It's my word. It's the way the children in kindergarten describe me. Mr. Campbell, you are the bestest. I said, yes, I am. Thank you so much for having me. What a pleasure to be here online. Thank you so much for having me. It's a true honor and privilege to be your keynote speaker this morning. I feel blessed and honored to be in his presence. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. ABC.
Thank you for accepting my call when I spoke to you. You're just great, as usual. So on behalf of all of us here, we just want to say thank you, and we're looking for you next year in person. So put that down in your calendar. In person. And so we'll see you next year, God's willing. And thank you once again, and enjoy the
Have
rest
a
of
wonderful
your day.
day. Carry on. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Bye.
Now we'll have to take a break right now so you can get up. We have a little snack at the back. So you can get up. Just get up from your feet. Get up. Stand up. And just go at the back to get something to eat. Just a little snack and a snack. Bathroom is down at the bottom. Here we have all females are here, so you can use the men's bathroom too. Because they're all females. So we have the bathroom at the back. And we'll be back shortly for our next session.
Thank you.
two, 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 two. Mike, I get the mic on this one. See? Yeah, one, two. But how is it coming? Up.
1, 2.
then we must ensure that we are reliable. So the hands that we have must be safe to hold the children that we have. That translates very simply. Don't take more children in your school than you can comfortably accommodate. That is 101, basic, not so? So children shouldn't be crossing over each other to get to their seats, right? Basics. We're still looking at it through professional eyes. And he's not looking at me. So, we must be ethical and we must be respectful. We must be ethical towards our staff, our colleagues, our parents, and most of all, our children. You know, as adults, sometimes we speak about children in their presence, like if they're deaf. If you're guilty, just quietly pinch yourself really hard as punishment. We're not looking. You know, and we tell Miss Weeks, we say, Weeks, girl, you see this one here? The poor child is standing there. Johnny, he had no water, he in bed for 2 days. Every morning he come, I bathe him. He's hearing that. That is an adult problem. That's not his problem. His problem is if he doesn't take his turn properly in line, and then you teach him how to do that. To bathe himself, wear clean clothes, and get to school on time is not his problem. It's his parents' problem. Those are adult problems. And the children should not be made to feel uncomfortable because of it, because they cannot control that. Is that fair? Making sense? Yeah. All right? So we have to be ethical. We know that there's a particular little child that comes to class, doesn't have meals, we give them free meals, whatever. When they come, we don't make them feel like, oh gosh, you know? We function better than that. We have to respect our children. All our children have names. And if your child has a name, how many of you like to be called little boy or little girl? If I was to walk around there now and say, hey, you, come. How you feel? We ought not to do that. So respect 101 is to remember each child's name. How you do that? You put a name on the back of the chairs. You put a name on their tables. That until you learn it. I am very guilty of not remembering names. My staff know me so much with that they would say, Miss Spencer, is Lisa James. You don't know which one is Lisa James? She sits in the corner, the left bench down. Then I say, oh. Or they'll say, Miss Spencer, I need to talk to you about, you know the girl that sits in the third row to the right? Yes. Her name is Lisa, that person. Because they know I remember where each of the students sit their face, but their names, I'm guilty. So if you know you have that problem, you need to mitigate against it. In our classrooms right now, when we teach adults, we have name tags. So I look down at the name before I look up at the face. Okay? We have name tags. So we need to be ethical, we need to be respectful, and we need to treat our children like if they are human beings. Okay? Okay, he's really, really busy. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so our parents, that is important, but more so our emotional intelligence. That is extremely important. Do you know yourself? What makes you cranky? How many hours sleep must you get? to make sure that you can function properly. We ain't reached the classroom yet to get in there. How prepared must you be not to talk stupidness to the children? I once went into a classroom. I could say this because the teacher is no longer with us. She has transitioned to another life. She saw me the morning, and of course she got nervous. She didn't have anything prepared, and she sat down and she said she was doing body parts, and she started, "This is a hand, say after me, this is a hand." And the poor children, "This is a hand, this is a head, say after me, this is a head." And the poor children said, "This is a head." She slapped her thigh, and she said, "This is a foot, say after me, this is a foot." And the poor children said, "This is a foot." Now we all realize how boring that lesson was. So a plane passed by, and obviously she lost the class because this is a foot, and she was slapping her thigh. And as the plane passed by and they look outside, she do say, "Okay, that is a Liat. What is that? That is..." Stupid me, saying, how this woman could just hear a plane and know it's Liat? So this is me going to peep, because I really found that, I thought that was really commendable. You just hear a plane and you know it's a Liat. And the portrait, and this is a Liat, and all them peeping. So I peep into one big BWIA was on the back of the thing. It's a long time. This happened in, I tell you, a person dead, 1999 this happened around that time. BWIA flying over, going to land. And I said, oh my gosh. So I said to her, "Teacher, what did you have planned for today?" She said, "I'm doing this a long time, I don't really plan. When I come in and I size up the class, I know what I'm going to do." She was teaching them that their tie is the foot. It says that she needed to plan, doesn't it? And that BWIA was Liat, you know. And so we have to ensure that we are well planned when we get in front of the class, and it helps with our whole emotional state because I'm comfortable. I know what I'm about. I have my stuff together. I know what I'm going to do. If I did not sit down and prepare my PowerPoint and I came here and say, "Look, I've been doing this forever," and I come here and I stand up, I'd be all over the place, not so? So the PowerPoint is a guide to get me where I need to go. Similarly, our lesson plans are guides to get us where we need to go. Also, emotional intelligence, we have to understand the feeling of others. Now, our children today, they play on what? What they play with? Tablets. What else? Phone. PS5. I don't know even what that is. And PlayStation. Okay. So everything that they're interfacing with right now, no. And as a teacher, you need to be cognizant of that. Because while technology is good, and I'm never going to say it's not good, I always say too much of anything isn't good. And all things should be done in moderation. It have an old book that told me that. Okay? So that children always on these things, no human interaction, they don't understand themselves, they don't understand people, and then you come now to them, you are not feeling yourself, you are not in tune with your own self, it's going to have problems in the classroom. So emotional intelligence is something that is very important, and I know that Ms. Ambrose will give you all a session in that the next time. Just emotional intelligence. It's a whole thing in itself. I signed up for a course some years ago out of curiosity. The course took 6 months. And trust me, there was a lot of stuff to unpack. So when you think about emotional intelligence, It is about you understanding you first as a person, and then you trying to understand others and give persons space to be. Now, we tend to try that when we are interfacing with adults, but for some reason, when we get to children, we don't always extend that courtesy. But even now, especially now, they need it more than before, because they need that human interaction. And let's be honest, sometimes when they go home, what their parents do? Give them the tablet or the television or the phone because they now want to go and cook and what and what. Not so? So we can't be doing that too. All right? I recently read an article that Guyana has opened its first 24 hours childcare facility. And the person that sent it to me is a lady who she's a Trinidadian living in Trinidad, but both of us always track all these new things happening in the Caribbean and keep up with it. And she says static. But I got frightened. And so she was like, what's wrong? And I said, if parents don't make a serious effort to connect with their children, we'll have a lot of children who are disconnected from that human part of us that is important. But she said, but a lot of women, they have to hold down 2 jobs and they need a safe place. I said, I'm not debating that. But if the persons in charge of those children do not have that nurturing personality, do not have that desire to really care for children, but they too looking at a paycheck as a second job, then those children are going to come out without any form of empathy. So it's important. It's important, okay? Next slide. We're not going into emotional intelligence. We're touching that because all of that makes up our whole professional persona. Now, the impact of professionalism, it builds trust, it enhances our career opportunities, and it creates a positive work environment. When I am comfortable, know I am knowledgeable about what I'm supposed to be doing, I take that to work with me, I am very positive, yeah? I am able to interact with persons properly because I'm not afraid, because I know what I'm about. My staff like to tell me, Ms. Benz, if I touch you in the middle of your sleep and ask you a question about early childhood, you could answer it. And I would laugh. But that is true. But you cannot touch me and ask me anything about my car. I don't even know the number. Yeah, but I'm sure my mechanic does. Yeah? So you have to know about you. So when parents come to you and telling you nonsense, you can stand on your knowledge because you know. You're not just running down the almighty dollar. You want the almighty dollar. It's a job. But you're not just running that down. So parents who don't know are not indirectly running your school. You tell them, maybe this is not the service for you. Maybe you'd like to take your child elsewhere. It's a polite way to say, leave a place alone and go look for somewhere else. But you're professional. So you let them know this service, this is what we do here. And we do this because we are knowledgeable. We understand that children do not need those fine pencils yet. We understand that children need to color before they can write. We understand that children need to do picture reading before they read stories. So she wants them to read this book and blah, 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 and they'll take the child out. You smile pleasantly and said, I understand that as a parent, you are anxious because you want your child to be able to do well at primary school. But my training tells me I need to take the child through these processes. If you're not satisfied, maybe you can find a service that caters to what you want. But here, we do what the research has said to us. Does that sound bad? If I tell her, woman, you know nothing way about now. You see me don't study, me know how to take a pick and go. It lands differently, doesn't it? You're getting a bad name one time. Okay? So even how you approach and what you say would impact your work environment. Next slide, please. So now school calling, finally. School calling, and we are off to school. We professional teachers, dressed not just in our professional garbs, but we are clothed with all our knowledge and our experience. We are clothed with our competence. We are clothed with our confidence and the school calling. And so we step into the building and into the classroom they send us. I think his computer just changed my word, you know. I don't use curly writing in PowerPoint. I think his computer fixed it. So, the effective management of a classroom includes 4 basic elements. Successful classroom management, effective instructional techniques, appropriate accommodative practices, and instructional flexibility. All right, next slide, please. Those are the 4 things, and we're going to be looking at it. I did this PowerPoint, and I don't know what that is saying. It's too fancy. So, all right? So for learning to take place in the classroom, you should be well organized and something. Why are you so smart? All right. So you have to have the physical, procedural, and behavioral management, and that sets the stage for a smooth delivery of instructions. So you heard what? It must be procedural, it must be behavioral, and then it sets and physical. So let's talk first about the physical. Are these chairs in here, they're comfortable for you? You all are very comfortable? Nice and cushioned? Now let's take these very comfortable chairs, because you just said they're comfortable. And let's outfit our preschool classroom with them. I see somebody shaking their head. What happened? They're not comfortable anymore? Huh? So the children won't be comfortable? White won't be comfortable for them? Okay. So the size is inappropriate. So we need child-size furniture. So if we want to have a classroom behavior that we are looking and aiming for, we have to make sure the physical classroom is conducive to that type of behavior. All right? Johnny doesn't want to keep jumping up and down, so the last time he jumped down, he decided to stay down, and he all over the classroom. And then you quarreling with Johnny to get in your seat, take your seat. But Johnny fed up jumping up and down. Or Lisa, you're saying, everybody come over to this side, let teacher and Lisa sitting down. Lisa didn't want to jump down. Last time she jumped down, she landed kind of funny way and it hurt her big toe. And so Lisa doesn't want to jump down. But if we have the correct size furniture, then it's easy for children to get up and out. What about tables? I've had to tell some persons you need to cut a couple inches off your tables. Wasn't met with a smile, some of them vexed. But children are sitting here, but the tables are here and this so. That's not conducive to comfortable working, is it? No. So we have to take the physical into consideration. Do we have enough ventilation? The children hot and sticky? all that would affect your classroom management. All right? So it would be nice if you have a little air condition. Yes. Y'all need to go to environment and apply for your schools. They say they give out cheaper ones. I want to go and apply it too for the TV room. Yeah, my TV room I like to sit there and it need an air condition. Okay, so the physical is important. Procedural, you have to ensure that you line up things properly. What is your procedure at school? Does everybody know what they are supposed to be doing and when they are supposed to be doing it? Why it is after lunchtime, all hell breaks loose? I hit that one on the head, didn't I? Why doesn't the children understand what is supposed to happen during and after lunch? Why is the Wild Wild West taking place? Yeah? Everybody must know what is their responsibility and how to go about doing it, so that there is a nice procedure and we all know how to follow it. There are always going to be things happening. That is understandable. Things happening is not a problem. Once you know what you have to do, then it's easy to get it back on track. All right? And a smooth delivery. And behavioral management. How many of us hit the children to whack when they're out, they're misbehaving? To whack. You're honest. I appreciate that. You need to stop beating the people children though. But you're honest. And a lot of us sitting here, they say them to whack. Or they're just not honest. Right? We have to know what is our behavioral practices. I love to tell persons, this is not acceptable here. Even when children come by my house, and children always by my house, we have a whole ton of games. They love to pull them out. Their parents go crazy. I tell the children, if you take them out, what do you think you have to do with them? And when they start to watch me like deer in headlight, I help them out. You have to pack it back. I said, so once you take it out, you're going to have to pack it back. And then the third time I say, if you take it out, who's going to have to pack it back? You. Okay? Do you still want to take it out? Of course. Yes, yes, Auntie, yes. They take it out. I don't have a problem. The parents are usually going crazy. I don't have a problem. I don't set my rule. I know they understood. And when this time coming closer, the mother said they're ready to go. I said, no, mess. And I called them. You took out those toys? Like if I didn't see? Yes. What are you supposed to do? Pack it back. I said, okay, because mommy's getting ready, so you need to start packing it back. They don't always do a great job. That's not the objective. The objective is for them to learn that if they move something, they need to put it back. So they always have to pack it back. Sometimes it's very interesting how they pack it back, but they have to pack it back. So you have to let children know that when they come to school, there are expectations and there are ways to do things. And maybe they have a doting parent. You know, there are some women think they get the last child on earth. And we interact with them all the time. It's just how it is. And so the child goes home, they hold in their bags, their lunch bag, the backpack, the raincoat, if they have an arm, everything. The child walking free like Princess Di. Before they let the child learn that part of going to school is taking your bags with you. Those parents, when they get home, you know what's happening. They do everything. They do everything for those children. And so it's on you to help children to understand that they have a responsibility And everything, that's not how life is. Life won't do everything for you. All right? So in your school, you have to set that tone. In inclusive classrooms, and you all know, I put this in because you all know I have been advocating very strongly that we accept in our schools children who are differently able. Am I saying to take 5, 10 of those children? No, I'm not. Because you can't deal with 5, 10 of them. But certainly you can take 1 or 2. Okay? They are learning the same things that the other children are learning. To be friends, to go to the bathroom, to eat by themselves, to tidy up after themselves, to speak in full sentences. They might just do it slower. All right? So inclusive classroom, this is especially important as students' behavior is diverse. We know that. So even then, you have to look at your staff, you know, balance it out. But I am saying we need to try and assist parents who have children that are differently able. All of us here have the potential to have grandchildren if we don't have our children, not so? Yes. And some of us here ain't have children yet. We don't know what we're getting, you know? You know that? Be kind, okay? Without effective classroom management, learning will not be optimum. So we need to be flexible, people. That's how flexible I want you all to be. Real flexible. That's me in another life. All right? So you have to be able to respond to unexpected changes and situations in your classroom. If a child, you didn't know the child looked like nothing was wrong the morning, well, sometimes the parents as well know they're not so well. But in the middle of your class, the child barfs. You can and make a whole drama over it, because then your whole class gone crazy. If you were supposed to say, everybody form a line to the door, and let's move our class outside, right? The cleaner, clean up. The children goes to that door knowing that they're continuing their studies, not so? So you have to be flexible because these things happen. Okay? So Jones and Jones 2004 explains that teachers should develop flexibility to handle behavioral problems, provide extra support during instructions, modify assessment techniques, and orchestrate social interaction. Please. Okay? So, creative ideas now that you would use to manage your class. You can have a reward system. And when we think of reward, we are not saying you have to go team one, buy everything. Or Shein, because I know them is the two stops these days. Amazon is too expensive now. So for a reward, tell me something you can do and a child will feel happy about it. I didn't hear. Give them a sticker, but you still have to buy that. Something else that you don't necessarily have to buy. Say it again? Create your own postcard. Teacher was saying something. Extra time outside. You don't have to pay for that one. Huh? Praise. Give the child some praise. We have to come up with things that we can do that is cost effective, but that will encourage children that age to keep doing what we want them to do. Because we must be cognizant that at home, the standards, the requirements, the expectations may be different. And so instead of school and home working together, that does not always happen. All right? You can create class money. So for a craft item, you make some money. Your class money could be anything. You could decide what your money is going to be and you put numbers on it. And then depending on what, a child will get some money. And at the end of the week, the child will be able to buy something with that money from you, the teacher. It could be more time in a particular corner. It could be that the child is buying time to sit next to their friend that you moved them back from because they chat too much. They can be buying time, they can be buying the privilege of deciding who goes first out on the outdoor play equipment. So because they paid for it, they are now going to say, Teacher Brenda is going to go first on the swing, and I am going to go first on the slide. So class money can buy anything, all right? Or you could just have them, one of the things is just let them make decisions about outside time activities. If it's going to be football today, if it's going to be jump rope today, if it's going to be snake today, and I can't remember what other things that we do outside. Okay? Say it again? Water and sand. Thank you. You need to establish clear expectations and rule. You need to be constant, you need to be creative, and you need to review. So you be constant. This is what happens in the class. So today is your birthday and everybody get to do what they want because it's your birthday. No, that doesn't happen. There's an expectation in the class and everybody must match to that expectation, regardless of. Okay? You have to create rules with the children. Am I saying that you should sit down and let 3-year-olds come up with their own classroom? Rules? No. Because I have heard persons say, Ms. Spencer say, let them make their own rules. I never say so. You make it with them. You know what you want in your classroom. You know the rules. So you guide them so they feel a part of the process. Okay, or else they might come up with if they come up with their own rules, I'm telling you it's going to be very interesting. All right? So you guide them along. So you sit, you know what your classrooms are going to look like. And should we be running inside? No, teacher. Okay, so one of our classrooms is that we walk in the classroom, but we run when we are outside. Okay, so you guide that whole process. Yes, please. You must build relationship with children. You have to celebrate their success, and you have to personalize the one-on-one time, and you encourage leadership. And I want to zero in and personalize the one-on-one time. In preschool, according to the agreement with the OECS, no, let's start with best practices. Best practices say that preschool should be 1 adult to 10 children. That's best practice. The OECS says 1 adult to 12 children because, you know, things are rough. In Antigua and Barbuda, I stood before the Prime Minister and I helped him to agree with me that we will accept up to 15 children because persons were going to look at them. And I said to him, sir, we have to remember cost of living, we have to remember that blah, blah, and finances and supervisors to pay their staff. And we are saying it's acceptable. We are not saying that is the standard of the OECS, and we are not saying it's best practice. What we are saying is that in Antigua and Barbuda, we understand that because of the cost of living, etc., we go in 1 to 15. If you know you have over 15, there's a very dark place in hell waiting for you. So stop it. You cannot take care of people's children properly when you overcrowd your classroom. Okay? So that is why when we say you need to be spending little one-on-one time, you can't do that. You have 25 children, when you get into one-on-one time. So what you do every now and then, you decide which child you're going to interact with. and you spend a little time getting to know Johnny, talking to Lisa, going by Mary. These days it have a lot of names I cannot call nor spell. You go to all of them, yeah? And you spend a little time. Children need that human interaction right now more than before. They need to feel affirmed, they need to feel loved, they need to feel safe, they need to feel accepted. Okay? And encourage leadership. You know you can allow your children to do some things. What do you allow your children to do? What choice do you give your children? Tell me one choice. And there was silence in heaven for about an hour, so as it says in Revelation. What one choice do you allow your children to make? Huh? Say it again? Okay, lead class assembly. Thank you, teacher. Give teacher a clap, please. Now, communication is important. You see, y'all can't read it. Y'all can read it? I want to call teacher. Come a minute, please. Yeah. Come, read it for me. You see, I know what I write, so I don't want to read it. You coming? Teacher Annalyn, come. Read this quick for me. You have to come up close, so you're going to read it based on its punctuations and everything, okay? Yeah.
King George V laughed and talked half an hour.
No, you saw any pause there? You
No,
see
but I
any
have to-
full stop?
No.
Well, you have to read it. You cannot read it like
Okay.
no full stop, no nothing. Read it as it is.
King George V laughed and talked half an hour after his head was cut off.
Read it one more time.
King George V laughed and talked half an hour after his head was cut off.
You heard that? Who will it have one more thing to
Oh,
read?
sorry.
Can that happen? Sir, can you give me the next slide, please? Okay, read that one now.
Okay. King George V laughed and talked half an hour after his head was cut off.
That make it more sense? Yes. Thank you, teacher. When we communicating, we have to ensure that what we say and what we want them to hear is the same thing. You will not be able to manage your class if your communication skills all over the place. You have to basically, as old people say what you mean and mean what you say. Now, the children in the first slide go home and will tell the parents what? King George with his head cut off and he was doing what? And who says so? Teacher. And they won't be wrong with it. But that's not what the teacher meant to say. So when we are speaking, we have to ensure that we put the little comma, punctuations, the correct place, not just for the children, but for the parents as well. Is it making sense? So if I am telling children that I would like them to sit in a particular place, I need to be clear. I need to explain to them exactly what I expect from them. I grew up with my mother telling me this. Embla, come. Go inside, look on the thing, you will see the thing, bring it for me. And all Trinidadian children my age will tell you that. When I went home, I heard my brother tell his son that. Go inside, boy. Look on the thing and bring the thing, give it to me, please. And he went inside, he looked on the thing, he picked up the thing and he brought it for him. And I sat there and I laughed, because I had not heard that in here. Laugh, and they were like, what? Kelford was like, Embla, what's so funny? I said, boys, long time I ain't hear nobody send somebody for the thing on the thing, you know. And if they bring the wrong thing, long time, back in my day, if I carry the wrong thing, you get both. Child, that is not what I sent you for. Go and look again. Bring the thing I say. She still ain't give it a name. I don't know. The Holy Spirit must just used to teach us what the thing is at that particular point. But that is not good communicating. And when we are communicating with our children, we want our classrooms to be well managed. We want them to understand what we are saying. We have to make sure we say it properly. And we have to make sure we say it at their level. So don't look the children in their eyes and start to talk about, I don't know what. Use the words that you just read off the lexicon. No. Even if you use those words, after what you're supposed to do.
Explain.
After you use, quote unquote, a big word in the classroom, what do?
Explain.
You explain it. You explain it. So I'm not saying you can't use it, but you don't leave it hanging so that Johnny doesn't understand. What is said and what we hear are not always what is being communicated. So you see the little man there, you see how he's talking? You see the little boy, how he's listening. But when they came together, you notice one still asking a question. What did he say? So we have to make sure that we are saying what we mean and we are meaning what we say. And we are not only doing that with the children, we are doing it with our colleagues and we are doing it with our parents. Because all of that helps with our classroom environment, our classroom management, and getting to where we want to get to. Because in a school, when you're in a school, it's a little family. Everybody have working towards one particular objective. When you go out, you have your different thing, not so?
Yes.
So everybody have to know what's happening. It's one set of materials, and those materials, I might need them, you might need them, this class here need them. So what happens? We communicate. So I say I'm using it at 9, she's using it at 10, you're using it at 11. Okay? So for manage your classroom, your communication skills are important. Okay, skip that one. We said that one already. What do you see here, ladies and gentlemen, ladies? How many pieces of lumber on the ground? Who is correct?
Based on what it is.
Is it 4 or is it 3? So the point is we don't always see these things the same way, do we? Because our perception is based on our experiences. Our perception is based on our upbringing, our philosophy, okay? And so I can come and tell you one thing, and you hearing it through the filter of your own perception can come up with something totally different. All right? Next slide. Can you see how many elephant feet is this? How many elephant feet we have here? I ask you how many feet an elephant have. I want to know how many you see. So, we see the world not as it is, but as we are, or as we are conditioned to see it. And we need to understand that that is what is happening when our children hit our classrooms in September. They are coming to us not based on what you know should be right or wrong or whatever. They are coming to us based on what they have been exposed to. And how you manage that is important. And that's why we looked at you as a person, you as the professional, you as the person being prepared and knowing yourself, because the only thing you can manage in the whole of this world is what? Yourself. You know, the only thing you have control over is yourself? You really cannot control those children. What you do is that you guide them and train them. All right? And you know when they go home, the angels you have in school are little devils at home, right? Okay. So what you see and what you hear depends on your perspective. Our perception of how things are is determined by our history and our own expectations. And I will keep drilling it in that children are human beings, and even at 3 years old, they've had certain experiences. And because of that, they are coming to you, and you have to manage all of that. So when you take 25 and 30 of them, and they themselves are now trying to understand themselves, you put yourself in a really bad place to be able to manage your classroom properly. Okay? What is this? 6 or 9? Who is right? Is it a 6 or is it a 9? Depends. You know they're saying that two things could be right at the same time? So when you're interacting with those children in your classroom and you're trying to get them to function, you need to listen. You need to listen. Because sometimes it's only after you listen, you understand what they're saying, and you realize that what they're saying isn't necessarily wrong. It's a different perspective. And I always tell the story of the little child that came to a class. I was assessing a teacher in a primary school, and she was there all up inside her social studies lesson, you know, well prepared, doing her stuff. And then she pulled out, she was doing road safety, she pulled out her stop sign, and she said, "What does this sign say?" And a little boy, what's the girl? A child, said, "Tap." And she said, "No, it's S-T-O-P, stop." What do we say? The little child said, "Tap." And she said, "No, S-T-O-P, stop." The child said, "E said tap." And she's getting flustered because I'm sitting there grading her. And she's back and forth with him. I said it is stop, not tap, stop. And then she kind of left him and went on. And you know, she continued, she didn't, if she had said, "Why are you saying that?" That's all she needed to ask. She tried her best, but that little boy, every time she spelled S-T-O-P, his voice sung out, "Tap! Tap!" When she couldn't take it anymore, because every time she lifted up the sign, the students were supposed to say, S-T-O-P, stop, and wherever they are, they stopped. When she couldn't take it anymore, she said, "I said it stop." He said, "No." Every morning, he was speaking in perfect dialect. I wish I could do it. He said every morning when he's coming to school and he come by the hospital hill there, the lady hold up the side and his mother says to him, S-T-O-P tap, when you see it tap. Was he wrong? 6 and 9. You understand? If she had only asked, because then she'd be able to say, okay, we say tap, but that is dialect. It's not wrong, but it's dialect, but it's really supposed to be stop. Stop. You understand? All right. So when we are managing our classrooms, we have to manage conflict, and the whole concept of conflict management is understanding that I may not always agree with you, and you may not always agree with me, but we both have to live in this same environment, and so this is the acceptable thing to do in this particular environment. All right? And I see Miss Ambrose motioning, that's why I'm looking at you, so Ambrose have it. Stop! Tap! So before Miss Ambrose have a heart attack, I'm going to tap right here because my time has expired. So next time when I come, I will do the next part because I do have a next part and I have activities for you all to do. I think I overplanned. Okay? It was great being here. Thank you so much for having me. Have a great rest of the day. Get out.
Sorry. On behalf of the Shining Light Daycare and Preschool, I would like to express a heartfelt thank you for the presentation that you did today. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Instant smile.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I do my introduction, I must say a happy belated birthday to Ambrose Walker. Her birthday was on the 10th. Happy belated birthday, Ambrose Walker. Dr. Kwasi Kafense-Tong is currently employed as the Learning Support and IT Officer and adjunct faculty at the University of the West Indies, Five Islands campus. He sits on the University of the West Indies Disability Planning Committee. Dr. Tong has a PhD in Disability Studies, a BSc in Business Information Technology, an MSc in Computer Science, and a postgraduate diploma in secondary education. His research interests include inclusivity in education, phenomenology in disabled individuals, legislations governing people with disabilities, the social model of disability, inclusive curriculum, and gender and disability. Please welcome Dr. Kwasi Kafense-Tong.
Good afternoon, everybody. So in the interest of time, I know it's just about lunchtime, I won't be very long. Thank you for the kind words of introduction. My second name is Kifensi. Kifensi. Yes, that's it. It's nice to see everybody here. It's nice to see some of my past students as well, from early childhood class, and some other familiar faces. Today we're going to be just looking at technology in the classroom. I want it to be as interactive as possible. One of the things that we as educators normally take for granted is what we use in the classroom to teach our children, because we are taught from our professional courses that we use a lot of chalk and talk, right? But mostly in the last 15 to 20 years, a lot of it has to do with what already exists, and that is the technology. And some of us, especially if we are set in our ways, if we are, I would call it seasoned educators, we are sort of frightened or a bit taken aback to use what we can use as technology. A lot of us have mobile phones and we don't use it to its optimum, right? But I think one of the things that I want to stress on today is not just how we use technology in the classroom, its benefits, but the previous presenter, she talks about inclusion. My specialty area is disability studies, so I will touch quite a bit on that. I think my presentation will go for about 25 to half an hour by the time lunch should be here, so you all will be very hungry. So, what is technology? We use it every day. And one of the things that we do not take into consideration is we ourselves as educators, we must be trained on how to use technology. Some classroom or some modern classroom uses a lot of smart boards. Raise your hands of those who have used a smart board before. 3 out of 25, 30, 40, all right. How many of us use our mobile phones as resources in our classrooms? Yeah? How many of us, depending on the scenario that we're in, allow students to use devices in the classroom? Okay. Has it helped them? Yeah? Okay, can I go to the next slide? One of the other one. Next one. One of the things that we really take for granted is how we integrate technology in the classroom to foster collaboration. One of the things that we actually can look at and see how it benefits children is if we take two groups of children, two groups of 5 and 5, 10, and we have a group with some tablets, and we have another group who's using just pen and paper. And we ask them to complete the same task. Which group you think will have more chatter? Which group you think will be more interested in actually doing the work? The one with technology, right? Yeah. At our age, those who I would say 35 and over, technology was not a part of our lives growing up too much, yeah? No, not at all. But if we have children now who are, let's say, 20 and up, they grew up meeting technology, so it becomes a part of them. In other words, they can't do without it. Let's do the exercise here. Everybody just hold the mobile phones to me. Just hold the mobile phones up. Good. So if I tell you, put your mobile phones down and don't touch them for the rest of the day, how would that feel? It's like almost impossible for you to do that, right? It literally will be almost impossible for you to go without a good half a day without your mobile phone, knowing that you will be void of communication. Let's try and say that in the classroom now. Children, no matter how young they are, if we restrict that from them for an entire day, can you see where the restlessness comes in now? It's not because they are literally rude children or disgusting. It's because it's what they are accustomed to. So how about we sort of integrate that into the classroom somehow? I know that there are barriers, right? We know there are barriers, there are financial barriers that a school may probably have. They may not be able to afford certain things. Yeah? But we can work around those barriers. Yeah? There are very cheap technologies that we can use in the classroom to incorporate into our lesson planning, one, and the delivery of these lessons that we teach in the classes. But most importantly, technology is not just a tool for the children to use, because if us as teachers can't use the technology, it makes no sense we try to have the children use them. So one of the things I'd like to leave is that we as educators, we must train ourselves on how to use technology. No matter how seasoned we think we are as a classroom educator, a young person coming out of school as an educator, they'll make us look foolish. Why? Because they have the same knowledge that we do, but they have extra knowledge of how to use the technology to make the work easier. But we may say that we have more experience than them. It is not every time experience is greater than knowledge. In the classroom, with technology, if you have the know-how of how to deliver an effective lesson using technology, and you have someone who's an experienced teacher who's going to deliver the same material in the class, the commonality here is the same set of students. Which set of students you think will learn better? Those with the technology. Because it affords them to do several things. Talk. And not just talk out of turn, but talk about the lesson in class. That togetherness, that collaboration. They ask more questions. Because if a child don't know how to do something on a tablet that you provide for them in class, they're going to ask the teacher, how do you do this? And this is where the collaboration comes in. And if they're working in groups, perhaps someone in the group will know how to use it, right? And then they talk and they talk and they talk. So this is where the collaboration comes. So it maximizes the learning tools that we use in our classroom. Innovative methods to enhance group project. One of the effectiveness of using technology in the classroom is have the children working in groups. Yeah? A group, we can just think about it. All of us are teachers here. When we put students in groups to learn or to do a particular project, there's always going to be someone or group of children in the group who don't do any work. Why? Because it's boring to them. But if we use some sort of technology in that group, everyone wants a part or piece of that technology because they want to be a part of it. So the collaboration increases, they speak more, and the production increases also. All right? Yes, good. Exploring the impact of technology, student engagement and participation. So we touched on that. When we use technology in classroom, participation increases. And not only just for children, the participation increases for the teachers as well. Because listen, as experienced as we are, we don't know everything. So when we're going to learn a particular thing that we want to teach tomorrow or next week or the week after, what do we do? All right. We go and we learn it, right? And especially if it's something that involves a methodology, step 1, step 2, step 3, we have to do it ourselves. Because the worst thing a teacher wants is go in front of the classroom and look foolish in front of students, especially children. Because the first thing I'm going to say, teacher, I know what you do. And then we go home and they will tell mommy, teacher know what she do to you now. She just go over. They do that. Right? So to prevent that, we as teachers, we must ask ourselves a few questions. Do I know how to use this piece of technology? If the answer is no, 2 things. We actually go and learn it ourselves, or we ask someone who's familiar with it to teach us. So when we go in front of a classroom like we are now, we can speak effectively about it. The former presenter, she said the very same thing. Yeah? When we are in front of our students, we must know. And that's one of the principles of classroom management. If we don't know, we can't manage our classroom, right? We must know the environment in which we're teaching. We must know the students who we're imparting our knowledge to, and we must know the material. 3 things. And the material includes technology. Right. So, and that goes into analyzing how technology influences the classroom dynamics. And we use some examples just now. Yeah? If we have, or if we do, what technologies that we're using in our classroom, it changes dynamics. So for instance, some persons may be comfortable in using a smart board. A smart board is a wonderful tool. Why? Because we can use it to actually do everything in the classroom, from playing videos, interaction videos. We can have our students go to the board, interact with the board, and especially for students who may have some sort of learning impairment. Yeah, a smart board is a wonderful tool. And there may be some teachers who prefer to use a projector. Now, the preference of using a projector may be because of finances. The school may not be able to provide for a smart board. So what do? We improvise, yeah? So with the projector, we connect the projector to a laptop, and I'm hoping most of our schools have the internet, so we can use YouTube videos, yeah? And from that, we can teach the students similarly to what we've seen on the smart board. Yeah? Now, depending on the learning ability or disability of the child, we can have many different things. How many of us have any students who may have some form of disability in our school? Now, any form of disability. Okay, so some of you are not very sure. Do we know what a disability is? Nobody answer. Okay. Do you know what a disability is? Yes? Yeah? This group, you know what a disability is, right? You know what a disability is here? You sure you know what a disability is? Do I look like I have a disability? Look at a disability. Tell me, what's it? My foot? No, my foot just bend. My foot being bent doesn't suggest that I have a disability. My foot being bent that I have an impairment, I can't walk straight. But then again, not because my foot bend suggests that I have a disability. This is my ability to walk the way I walk. And I think my walk is sexy. Yeah. I really think so. It's just a norm, right? Most people are born with straight legs, right? Others are born with curved legs, others are born with legs that are shaped differently. That's their norm. Let's transfer that into the classroom now. A student, most children learn the traditional way. We speak to them, we explain something to them, and they understand. Yeah. Just like chalk and talk, right? Other children, we must use some aid to learning for those students who actually understand something. But what if a child has a disability? So for instance, stuff like Braille, a student may be blind. How do you actually teach a blind child or someone who's low vision? He may not be totally blind. How do you teach that child? Most of us will not know. Why? Because we weren't trained on how to do that. It's the very same thing with technology in the classroom. We must be comfortable with the technology for us to use it in the classroom. What about someone who is hearing impaired? Someone who is hearing impaired, how do we actually teach someone who has some hearing disability? What is some form of technology that we can use in the classroom for someone who is hearing impaired? Anybody? Say again? A voice amplifier? Anybody else? Yes? Sign language? Lovely. Anybody else? Okay, let's just say that someone here had a hearing impairment. They're not totally deaf, but not speaking they will be able to hear. What do you actually Yeah, and hearing aid, yeah. So this building is quite good. So you have some classrooms, yeah, that when a teacher speaks, is that the person in the back may not be able to hear properly. So we must put some thoughts of technology in the classroom so the students in the back can hear properly. Or we can do effective classroom management. If you can't afford speakers, you bring a child to the front, right? And ask them to sit in the front so they can hear you better. Yeah? But the point I'm trying to make is that if we practice effective classroom management, if we know our audience, we know what type of technology we can use in that classroom so all students benefit. Yeah? At the end of the day, and this is perhaps one of the downsides to technology and using technology in the classroom, it is expensive. And we cannot get away from that. Yeah? There are some schools who will have the most expensive technologies in the classroom and the children still don't learn properly. Yeah? And then we have some schools who have minimal technology, but the teachers are so trained and motivated that they maximize time and effort to training, so when they go in front of the classroom, everybody learns. One of the things that I want us to remember is this. If we have a student in a classroom who has a disability or who has some sort of learning impairment, and we employ that technology in the classroom to assist that one or two students, is that it is necessary for those one or two students. However, everybody benefits from it. You ever notice? So you may have a classroom, right? Let's just say, I'm a good friend, Esther. I'm gonna say something, but don't get offended, right? Let's just say I came in here and I was in a wheelchair. How do I get up here? It's the point I'm trying to make, right? So in other words, classroom management doesn't necessarily start within the classroom, but we must be able to afford for people to get in the classroom to manage them, right? And if we have students who are wheelchair users, we must provide the technology. We may not see it as technology in itself, but having ramp access is a technology in itself. For us, allow the students to get inside the classroom so we can teach them, right? When we get inside the classroom now, we must be able to effectively deliver material to these students. And that is why it's important every semester that we, as educators, know the students who we are going to deliver materials to. It may become a burst, but it is absolutely necessary. Yeah, we have the class list, and one of the first things that you want to know is there any impairment for a child that we're going to be teaching. And by doing that, we ask ourselves, how can I reasonably provide any sort of accommodation for that student? And that accommodation that we're going to provide is a technology. It may be ramp, it may be suitable seating, it may be amplified technology, it may be a visual aid. Yeah? These are things that we must take into consideration, but most times we do not. However, it is not up to you as an individual teacher to provide these things. The administration of the school is responsible for doing that. Most of us here perhaps work for government. It doesn't matter. The Ministry of Education is responsible for doing that. If you're a private institution, the institution administration or administrators are responsible for doing that. Yeah? What you are responsible for is when these are provided for you, you must train yourself. We must have that we must have the drive, the impetus for these things to happen. Because if we just sit down and say, okay, so in September, it's time for me to go and teach, when you go inside and teach, you realize that you have 4 students with disabilities. One is low vision, one's a wheelchair user. Now you're set back because you don't know what to do. You're going to ask questions before the semester open. Principal, what's my class list looking like? Do I have anyone who may have any special needs? Yes. What accommodations do we have for this child? ABC, XYZ. Okay, I can work with that. Good to go. If you don't have any special needs, it continues because you still have to reasonably provide for all children in the classroom. You know, we say all hearts are alike. Yes? Well, at the end of the day, when the race finishes, you want all those horses to be at the finishing gate in a reasonable time. And those horses are our children. Whatever technology we use in our classrooms, it must be to the benefit of you as the educator first, and then the children. Why do I say that? You know, when you sit down on an international flight, and when the briefing said, if we have an emergency, please put the mask over your face first, before you can help somebody. In order for you to effectively teach children, you must be effective yourself. You and me alike.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
Good. Is that okay? Give the next slide for me, please. I'm almost finished, don't worry. Next slide for me, please. Good. Implementation, interactive software for collaborative classroom activities. How many of us here as educators have classroom activities with technology in our classrooms? Can I challenge us to do one thing this semester? And then when we come back next year, if I'm invited, I'm going to ask the same question again. And at the end of the semester, you grade yourself. Whatever technology that you believe can enhance or improve the effectiveness of the classroom management, use it to the best of your ability. And then at the middle of the semester, half term, you retrospect and you look back and you see if it actually helped you. If it did, you continue and make it better. If it did not, there's something perhaps wrong with the method of using, or you probably need to learn a bit more about it. Yeah? Now, classroom management and technology go hand in hand. As I was saying repeatedly for the last couple of minutes, if we do not, or if we cannot learn how to use the technology itself, the students will not be able to learn effectively. Right. Don't need to do that. Spoke about that. So about the smart board, how smart boards are used for effective classroom management. Spoke about the projector. How many of us use projectors in the classroom or have access to projectors? Okay. Is there anyone in here who do not have any sort of technology in the classroom? Good. So we have some sort of technology. So these are some very basic, low-hanging fruits, some things that we can use in our classrooms. Computer softwares. Now these, depending on the level that you teach, you may not necessarily use some or even any of these. If you're teaching very, very low kindergarten students, students of that age, they learn by sound, visual aids, and those sorts of things. They just want to see colors and things moving, and they're happy. But as you go up the K level, into the grade level, you can't be teaching the same thing that you taught the students 2 years ago, yeah? And that's very important. So computer software is having a TV inside of room, and the TV inside of room not necessarily mean that you're going to be using it for teaching purposes all the time. Yeah, it can be used for R&R, rest and relaxation. It can be used for your children just to have a playtime. Yeah. CDs are not used very much anymore. Depending on the level of the class, using class blogs, these are used for children who have higher grade level, when they can build their own websites, and interaction with students. PowerPoints, like what we're using now, a very effective way of getting across information. There's some people in here I know who do not like to use PowerPoints. And some of us who actually use PowerPoints, we have too many things on our PowerPoints. We have a whole Bible on a PowerPoint and expect people to read it. The thing is, when you do a PowerPoint, it should be easily read. You should be able to go through it point form or paragraph form. Some people, they put a whole Bible and then they can't read. Yes? Good. Almost there. So, to wrap up, speaking about assistive technology, if we as educators understand the need for students who need to be assisted, we as educators will be better off in the classroom. One thing about a good educator is for he or she to have an empathetic feeling, an empathetic aura about them. Have you ever had a really mean teacher? Someone who really, you wonder, okay, let me not say that. You wonder what really happened to them this morning. And then, you say, okay, they may have a very bad day. And then Wednesday, they come back with the same negative energy. And Friday, and it keeps going on and on and on. If we channel that energy in the classroom, it is going to be absorbed by the children. And no matter what technology you want to use to pacify them, it is not going to work because you have to show them how to use it, right? And if you're going to show them in this sort of angry way, they're not going to learn. Yeah? So no matter what we use, no matter what sort of technology we use in the classroom, children must absorb positivity from us. And this is just the soft side of technology. So technology has two sides, right? We have the hard side, which is what they touch, feel, see, and interact with. And then you have the soft side, which is the individual who is disseminating that information through the technology. It's like me coming up here, and I have my face all screwed up, and I'm still trying to speak nicely to you. You're not going to be hearing what I'm saying. You're going to be just, why your face looks so? That sort of thing. Positive energy in the classroom, positive outcome. Using technology in the classroom increases collaboration. Have you ever, in the past 5 years, many of you will have seen new teachers come into your classroom, right? As very young teachers. Probably are not teacher trained yet. And you wonder, where they got the first degree from? Have you wondered that? The school they went to? What sort of conversation they had? Because, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
You wonder where they actually were schooled. Because you cannot have a decent conversation with them. Can't. And then, unfortunately, they're in the classroom. And they're teaching your children and my children. And then it just trickles down, just continues like a revolving door over and over and over and over and over. And that is why training is absolutely important. Not just to be teacher trained, but to be trained on classroom management. And then to be trained on using technology in the classroom. And finally, to be trained on how to identify students who needs reasonable accommodation. If we miss the last point, we miss everything else. Yeah? I'm going to say this again. We must be able to identify students who need some sort of reasonable accommodation. If we miss that, we miss everything. Because I always tell my students when I teach, my job is to make you understand. If you don't understand something wrong. So one of the things that my students will always say to me, do you understand? You understand? You understand? You understand? And if you don't understand, something's wrong with me. Because my job is to make you understand all the time. I don't get it right all the time, but most of the time, I think I do. All right? So, last thing I want to say to you all today. Whatever and however you see fit that technology can assist you in the classroom as an educator, use it. But we must remember that we ourselves must be trained on said technology before we go into the classroom. Yes?
Yeah.
Everybody's all right?
Yes.
I see the food is being prepared, so you all can answer me better now. Everybody all right? Outstanding. Good, good, good. Any questions before I leave? One question and then I can go down. Tell me.
Something I observed, like when you're teaching the small ones,
Yeah.
the kindergartners that are just coming.
Yeah.
Sometimes parents rely on the application form. You don't even know what's happening to the child until they're really in the class, even within preschool.
Yeah.
So it's not like when you teach in a upper grade where you can get the class
Right.
and say, okay, this child has this. Or when they're coming in fresh from preschool or just coming from school. That's it. That's the issue.
So just to quickly answer that, I did a presentation one time with one of the unions, and a very similar question was asked on the school level and the employment level. And it all has to do with policy. Yeah? The organization in Ensure, is there a disability policy? No, there isn't one, because I can tell you, there's none. Yeah? However, if there was a disability policy, yeah, one of the things that will be on the application form when students are coming in is, please identify if your child or children have any form of learning disability. It may not be a learning disability, but disability in general. Yeah? And they should put that there so that the teacher who's going to be teaching that child or taking care of those children, they will know that there is some form, well, they have to have, take extra care or to provide reasonable accommodation for that child or children. Yep, and then that's the very same thing for employment. If you're going to employ someone on an application form, you should have an area for that applicant to identify if there is any form of disability that we must make reasonable accommodation for. And there is where I will end today. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to me.
Mr. Tong or Dr. Kwesi, I want to thank you very much for taking the time out to come and give us a wealth of knowledge concerning technology. We know technology is the way of life for today, and as one songwriter said, you're never too old to learn, but today I've learned something because I never consider a ramp with a wheel for the wheelchair is technology. So I've learned something today, and I want to thank you very much for teaching us that.
You look good. So you on disability?
Thank you very much once again, Dr. Thank you very much again, Dr. Tong, my good friend. You click, as old people say, you click when you see somebody. When I went to Unified Islands, I think the second day, yes, the second day when I went down to teach, I had to go to him for technology on my laptop and all these things, and we just click. And from then, we are still good friends. Right, Dr. Tom, right. So now we have our lunch. Our lunch is here. So we are going to stand and we're going to sing our grace. And after this, we go at the back. Your names are there who want fish, who want pork, and who want chicken. Your names are there. And we have Digicel is at the back also. So then while you're getting your lunch, you can go to the table for Digicel. Maybe purchase your laptop, purchase whatever they're selling behind you. Ask any question you want to. They are right at the back there. So please do. Maybe, I don't know if you tap up here, but just ask the agent behind and he will help you as much as possible. So, pardon? Barely just ask, I'm not quite certain. Just ask. So let us stand and let us do our grace. Bento, you have just one for la 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 la. That's the grace I want. La 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 la. But thank you, Lord, for right. Right. Amen. 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 We're going to sing for our food now. That was just a warm up for the Lord. Go ahead. One more time. pleasant good afternoon to everyone. We are right back, ready for our presentations. So please get into your seats so we can be on time, so we can finish at the timing that we have in our bulletin or before. So now I'm going to call on teacher to come and introduce our speaker for this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Miss Ayana Shadrack is a passionate educator with over 28 years of experience at both the primary and secondary levels. She holds certifications in primary education, inclusive education, assistive technology for special education needs, and UWI's learning recovery and enhancement for schools. She also holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Educational Services with a major in special needs education. Ms. Shadrack is currently attached to the Special Education Needs Unit within the Ministry of Education, where she provides accommodation for students with learning challenges and supports teachers in inclusive classroom practices. She also serves as the chairperson of Special Olympics Antigua and Barbuda, a devoted mother to her 16-year-old daughter Shania. Ms. Shadrack is known for her love of animals and her commitment to family, friends, and community services. Put your hands together and welcome Ms. Ayana Shadrack.
Good afternoon, educators. How are you all doing? How are you guys doing? Okay, so there's a little technical difficulty. Well, we kind of fixed it, but I'll have to go down to the control area to show you the poll and the activity one. Did you get a barcode page? Okay, so you will know when to scan. So as you scan and you get to that activity, I will have to go to the back. So I may be at the back sometimes and I may be up here. So today, I'm here to give you just a little snippet talk to you about teaching special needs students in the classroom. As the teacher said, I work with the Special Ed Unit, Ministry of Education, and I'm attached to the Special Needs Unit. We deal with accommodating students as well as doing special needs assessments. Next slide, please. So the objectives of today's session is to define and understand common categories of special needs, identify strengths and challenges for each category, learn practical strategies for inclusion, and to share classroom adaptations. So it's time for the activity, activity 1. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so you should have that, correct? So it's either two things. Either you go to the link, or you scan the barcode for activity 1. It should take you there. You just click a little yellow word, I think, should come up that says Menti. Do you guys see that? Okay. So this is an app that if you're teaching older children, you could use. It's called Mentimeter. And if you're also facilitating professional development sessions, as well as, regular sessions, you could use this app to poll, to test, and to do other activities. Is everybody there? Is everybody there? Still having difficulty? Use your camera, not Snapchat, and you can just scan the first barcode. You got it? Yes. That is it. Who else is having a little difficulty? You having some difficulty? You got it? No, you don't take a picture. You just scan it. Yeah, you're at it. Tell me about this. It's supposed to look something like this. Some persons will have a dark screen. So it's asking you the question, when you think about teaching special needs, what comes to mind? You can enter, I think, 3 options, 3 words. And this will form something called a word cloud. So you'll see all the clusters. I'm going to show it to you. Your responses will come up on the Menti, and you'll see it up on the screen. So when you think about teaching special needs students, what words come to mind? And when you finish, click Submit. So I'm presenting it in full screen mode. Is it clear to everybody? Persons are still adding. Thank you. So this word cloud will show you a cluster. It's a cluster of words expressing how you feel and what comes to your mind when you think about special needs students. Is everybody finished? No, I'm not changing it. I want everybody to see how people think about special needs, how you think about special needs, and see, it keeps changing. as you add more, it will change. So far, we have, who's still adding? Okay, so far we have overactive child, understanding, support. I see a lot of challenges, challenged, inclusion, awareness, disabled, patience, inability, adapt. I see inclusion already. Patient is there more than once. Support, research, difficult, partnering with parents, advocacy, kind. I think this person wants to say change. I think it's a typo. Short attention span, and all of that. And by right, especially if you're not trained, or because you can train yourself to be a special ed teacher, you know. All you have to do is to research the strategies that you need to use, or that you should use when you are dealing with certain types of children. Now, go to the next slide for me, please. Escape and PowerPoint. Yes. Okay, go ahead. Next slide. Next. So, question. What types of special needs do you see in your schools? I just don't talk. I need you to talk back and we have a little discussions and so on. So what type of special needs do you see in your schools? Hands, so if we can. Cannot walk, the disabled. Speech delay. Hands, let me see. ADHD, speak loudly so that. Anybody else? Dyslexic. Autism. And let me tell you, this year, we have assessed most of our assessment of students who are school beginning age, like 5 years, 5 to 7, they are autistic nonverbal. A lot of the children between the ages of 5, just for this year, this is the highest we've seen so far, but that is still not the most prevalent special needs that we have in Antigua. But so far we have assessed a lot of students who are nonverbal and autistic, right? These students need special attention. They have to have an aid. So what we're going to do, we're going to go through the more common ones that we see in Antigua, in our schools, from early childhood right up to secondary. Next slide, please. Intellectual and developmental disabilities. Now, this condition before adulthood affecting intellectual functioning and adaptive behavior, example, Down syndrome. So, how many of you ever had to teach a student with Down syndrome? Anybody? I can make the slides available to everybody. I can send them. And I have a brochure and a handout. I know time is limited, so I'm not going to waste, so that's why I prepared them. Better? Oh, sorry. Next slide for me, please. For the women in the room, I have an internal heater going on that is fogging up my glasses. Even in the AC, I'm hot. Yes, I am that old. So now when I get nonverbal. He's 8 years old. But he's so smart, it's not even funny. When it comes to social interaction, the other day we took him to the beach. The social cues are so off. We took him to the beach and there were two tourists and I don't know his husband or wife or whatever. They were laying down on the beach and whatever. He just went up to the lady, laid next to her, and put his arm around her. So, I mean, my daughter ran to him and said, Colton, come, Colton. And he looked up and he was like, he knows sign. He knows sign language. So he just did that to her and told her, like, wait. And he turned and the lady said, hi. And he smiled. So the gentleman said, I can't believe I came to Antigua and a little boy took away my woman. Now, we don't know these people from Adam. So that is to show you how off their social cues are, right, when they're autistic. And she held on to him in the water for the rest of the afternoon, and she was up and down with Colton. He made a friend, But it's not safe for them to do stuff like that, right? Challenges, sensory sensitivity, difficulty with change. He knows when it's 1:30, you pick him up from camp. So 1:35, and he can't tell time. It's like he has an internal clock. 1:35, he gets antsy and starts to act out on the rock and behaves like that until my dad goes to pick him up. So we try to be on time, keep that time frame set, and if there are any changes, he listens very well and he understands. So we just have to communicate that with him. Strengths, detail-oriented, strong memory for interest. And I'm going to use him as an example. When Colton is drawing, very detailed drawings, and he pays attention to nature, so he draws a lot of trees and that kind of thing. His memory is also good too. He likes birds and animals, so his interests, he wants to watch shows with animals in them. Next slide, please. The heat. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Pattern of inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. I find that a lot of our teenagers are like that. They have challenges staying focused and completing tasks. But their strengths are that they're high energy, creativity, and they're creative and they think quickly, right? Next slide. Please. Learning disabilities. Disorders affecting academic skills, such as some lady in the yellow said dyslexia, dyscalculia, and such. challenges reading fluently and comprehension and math reasoning. And you know, math is a big thing here now. They're trying to do a lot of things when it comes to math, making a lot of changes when it comes to mathematics here in Antigua to try to boost that. Strong verbal skills, problem solving in other areas. Trust me, had a student, a secondary student, and she has learning disabilities, and she was so articulate. She could speak well, very, very, very well, and she could problem solve. But she just had difficulty with fluency. So when it was time for them to do English, she would go up to fourth form. She was in second form at the time. She would go up to fourth form. Even though she cannot read fast, she could do the work. And then when it comes to math now, she had to go back down to first form. And that is called accommodations as well, giving them accommodations. So let's go. Next slide, please. Can somebody give me a time check? 20. Oh, we're going good. We might finish early. Sensory impairments. This refers to loss of vision and loss of hearing. I have also dealt with students who have lost their hearing. We have a school for the deaf for those persons who are not aware. And they do learn sign. And at Clay Hall for about 2-3 years when I was there, we used the afternoon, the lunch period, to have science sessions so that we could include her in the school. So you could come to the library and learn basic science. Hi, how are you? Eat, I'm going to eat. See you tomorrow, my name is, letters of the alphabet, things like that, so that you can get her involved in, you know, everyday activities within the school, so she doesn't feel left out, you know. Challenges, of course, visual or hearing, but she couldn't hear well, but she could see from here to town. I'm telling you, once they have lost one sense, the others are really heightened. Next slide, please. Somebody at this table said physical disability. On this side over here. Limited mobility functioning. They have limited mobility. Some of our students, we have a few students at Potters who have limited mobility, as well as other special ed students at the Adele School and at Victory Center who have limited mobility. And challenges, accessibility barriers, and fatigue. Sure. You want me to come? Come. You want me to come?
Yes, good afternoon. With this one in particular, also the senior age movement. Also with the dyslexic, the other one, autistic children. But with this one in particular, my problem is that I'm not sure if you work with the Ministry of Education, I think that's what the bio says, but after the children leave preschool with the mobility problem, yes, that's what I was saying, slowing with my speech. Yes, after the children leave preschool with their mobility problems, there are not many schools who cater for these children. Yeah. I had a case, a child graduated in June, and they were only offering the one behind me, Victory. That's Victory is behind there, Victory Center.
The child potty trained?
Yes, he actually left a little late because he was a little slow, but he could not move. Cannot move. He has to use a walker, not the wheelchair, but a walker. All right, and it was frustrating to the parent because the private primary school doesn't cater for them, and she was not getting into any school. So I just wanted to know, maybe from your stance, you said that there's a child in Potters, the children in Potters, but
uses a wheelchair, and the mother comes in during break and lunch to take the child up. Now, if the parents can afford, because now my nephew will be going to adults, he has an aid.
but he's not Adele, at that stage of Adele.
So I'm just telling you, if it is that he is functioning, he's functioning,
Yes, yes,
just has a physical disability,
yes.
the parents need to employ an aid. They will need an aid, just as my nephew, who is autistic and is going to Adele, even though he can function at the school, we employ an aid because he would need that one-on-one. And as I said before, he has the social.
Use my mic.
Is this better? Oh. This one is the online mic? Okay. Okay, as I was saying, is it better now? As I was saying, the parents would need to employ an aid for that child. Why? Because we do not have the human resource to do it. The government does not employ aides to take care of the persons with disability. We are not there yet. That's just the reality of it. Yes, but we do. Hold on. Pardon me? If that's the function of Adele, I'm not hearing you. No. The children that attend Adele, the children that attend Adele school, they learn life skills. Each class has an aid, but not to take the child around, push the child around and stuff like that. The classes have an aid to assist the teachers in distributing and assisting them with helping the students, but not for this. It's up to the teacher sometimes if they want to push the wheelchair or help the child along. That is why if the child is not potty trained, they don't take the children, because the aides are not paid to take the children to the bathroom and to change them and stuff like that. So my nephew goes, pardon me? But you're not supposed, if it is a one-off and it's done there, if the child is potty trained, well fine, but initially they don't take the children unless they're potty trained. You didn't know that? No, they don't. Hi. This one. No, they don't take them unless they're potty trained.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
So I am partially in agreement to what you're saying regarding a child coming to an establishment who is not potty trained and they're not being accepted because of the aid that may be employed by the government or by the school if it's a private institution. However, there's one thing that can remedy all this.
Pardon me?
There's one thing that can remedy all this. And that is, in the absence of a solid policy, one by the government, and is instituted by the Ministry of Education, and two, by private institutions that are not government run, they too must have a disability policy. In the absence of a disability policy, all that we're doing here is speculation out of emotions of what should happen, and because perhaps you may have a child.
We do have a policy.
Where?
We have a special needs policy handbook.
Right, there's a special needs policy.
And we also function from the Education Act.
Right, but there isn't an overarching disability policy.
There are provisions within the Act that speaks to special education, and the main part in that Act says this and that, etc. And I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I'm just saying this and that, etc. can be done based on the availability of funds. The Act also speaks to getting materials such as tablets, hearing aids, and other resources for students with challenges if resources are available. So that is the clause that is at the end of most of those things in the Education Act, which I agree with you, they should revise it and make it more concrete and not just say if resources are available. But those things are in the Education Act of 2008, but it's not, it's if resources are available. So it's not that you can hold them accountable and say, you said in the Education Act that you can give the child a hearing aid. No.
See, because one of the reasons, I hear you and I understand what you're saying. Okay. One of the reasons why I'm speaking from this standpoint is because I'm right now a part of a committee that is revising the Disability Act. Right?
Here in Antigua?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't introduce myself properly.
No.
I'm Dr. Possitong, and I work at UE.
Okay.
And my PhD is in disability studies, right?
Okay.
One of the things that I hinted to the AG, in tandem with the organization that deals with disability people in Antigua, with Mr. Bernard Warner, is the revamping of the overall Disability Act. And my study made several recommendations, which they do have.
Okay.
And hopefully we can have some more consultations.
Hopefully, I hope so.
One of the things that the Act speaks about generally is what we call reasonable accommodation. Right? And reasonable accommodation does not only speak reasonably for the education sector and the employment sector, is for everything that the government is involved in. Even though there is an existence of an education policy, what trumps the education policy is the Disability Act.
The Disability Act.
And the Disability Act speaks to reasonable accommodation within the education sector, which the Minister of Education is responsible.
Well, let me ask a question. Is that a draft policy or it's a policy?
No, there isn't a policy.
There isn't. Oh, so that is what you all are working on now.
I would love for, no, what we work on is the Act itself to make some amendments to the Act. Okay. But the government does not have a disability policy. Because
I've never really heard of it.
Exactly.
I know of the Special Needs Act, the Special Education Act, and the Code of Practice, which I have copies of, and the Education Act.
If that policy now comes into being, right, that will trump all the acts, and then they will then take some snippets from it and strengthen what already exists. Because I don't think that the Education Act speaks to anything called reasonable accommodation.
No, it speaks to if funding is available.
And if you don't have money, if you always don't have money.
Yes, and that is why the parent at Potter's, she goes in at break and she goes in at lunchtime. Her daughter does not walk. She goes in and she deals with her. Yes, there. Somebody at the back had their hand up before you. Pardon me? Who had who? The parent? I don't know.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
I don't know. I'm not sure of that, all that.
Okay, so my name is Tiana Challenger. I am employed as a certified nursing assistant by the government.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm just going to make a suggestion. Now, when we did our one assistant training, we trained in different fields. When we did our training, we trained in different fields. To deal with the elderly, to deal with the psychiatric patients, to deal with children with disabilities and stuff like that. Now, if the ministry can collab with us, Ministry of Health, there is, I think, the ones that wear the white and the brown, that goes into people's home and deal with them. They get paid for that. So that is a suggestion, whereas you can utilize them now to come into, say, schools
to do stuff like that
and help. That way, in terms of funding, that would be easy on you guys.
So maybe you can champion that cause for persons, students with disability. Maybe you can go forward and put that policy and put that suggestion together and submit it.
That's true, because I'm currently looking to graduate from actually the early childhood development center.
Okay.
You never know what can happen, but just putting that out there as a suggestion.
So what we did, we employed a nurse from an agency, an aide from an agency, to be with my nephew. But some persons cannot afford it. They cannot afford it, you know. But it is what it is. Yes. Yeah. It's going to take some time for that to happen, because why will that take? Well, first of all, somebody has to write it up and suggest it and put it to the powers that be for them to put that in place. Then you're going to have to train other persons. My grandmother at the time had an aide, and I was on a waiting list for over a year to get an aide. So if I was on a waiting list to get an aide for my grandmother at home for a year, that is to tell you that there is a shortage of persons in that field. And then after COVID, it became worse. It got worse after COVID. Yes? You can do it, champion the cause. And that is something that was on the word cloud, advocacy. That was one of the words on the word cloud. It was advocacy. Advocacy was there. So you and your partner can advocate for those students who need more care, more handling when they go to school. Right? And that's a good idea. So we can, any more questions?
It was only a question, but just a statement, and it's in connection with what Teacher Weeks would have said earlier on. I just submitted a paper this morning for my master's program, and the topic was education system across the globe. But I choose to research on Barbados. And Barbados, what they're arguing about is the democracy that exists in the school system, whereby democracy is not just where you have a voice, because whenever we hear about democracy, we think about just having a voice to say what we think and majority rules, which is really not the case. And what they're arguing about, though, is the fact that people with disability are being segregated. They're put aside. In Weeks' case, she's saying this person has gone through the system. Now they're moving on to the secondary education, primary education, and there's no room for that person. Where is the democracy in all of this? Because this child is being disenfranchised because of a disability.
But I'm still trying to. So they told them they cannot take the child at all?
School because she couldn't get into any, she tried to call preschools. So when he came into the school, we built a ramp for the entrance, and we built a ramp by the bathroom area for him to use. He graduated this year, they said. He uses a walker, not the wheelchair. If you find that he finds that you're not coming quick with a walker, he gets on his all fours and he goes where you want to go.
So he's
not, as I said, he's not I don't want to kind of but he's not Adele. He's not a stage Adele because he was able to write his name and because he was one of those.
So I'm still trying to figure out why, if he uses a walker and not a wheelchair, why is it that they're not accepting
on his own?
Yeah, but why still they're not accepting him?
Because they say they don't have the facility.
So all they need to do is to, you see people don't use their community, get somebody in the community to sponsor the ramp.
Money? Yes, the one where we teach down there.
get somebody to build a ramp, one of the community persons within the community, businessmen or women, to sponsor the school a ramp.
Well, most of the private schools she tried, and I think I told her about Villa School. I think I did tell her about Villa School because when she was becoming frustrated, I told her Villa School, and somebody told me some other government schools.
Yeah, because that's weird, because the child at Potters can go to school. Why he who is using a walker can't go?
I'm just giving the feedback from the parent.
Something is missing.
We didn't know that the private and some of the government.
Well, the private schools,
yeah,
but they're out to be. I don't pay them much mind when it comes to students with challenges. They don't provide much accommodations. They're quick to send them out instead of.
But my thing is that if you're asking us, I think Ms. Spencer mentioned it this morning when she said one of the best practices, where we should be inclusive. We might not take everybody, but they're asking us to take them. But when they're ready to leave to the primary school is another challenge, is another issue. So it's going to give a frustrating part.
Something is missing from that, I think, because once he has a walker, he should be able to go to school. If he doesn't need assistance to go to the bathroom and all of that.
Well, when it comes to the bathroom, he can use a walker to the bathroom, but to turn around to use a toilet, because he cannot, if there's not enough space there, you won't be able to, you need the teacher to be there to put him on the toilet because he cannot.
Some of these situations can be discussed with the principal at a private level, and have the parent and the principal have a private conversation, and they can work that out. Sometimes it works that way.
So then you
sometimes just go and have a conversation with the principal. How old is this child?
He's 6 because he came in there so late because I said he's
6?
Yeah, he left 6.
Another thing too, most of the times when they have students with challenges, they have to come through our unit. They have to come to our unit for us to decide. Well, my education officer, Ms. Harrigan, we will have our meetings after we have seen and assessed the child, and then we will decide where the child goes. Most students, if you're coming from a private school and you're coming into the government school, you have to be assessed by our unit. So we have not received anything like that. And I am the one that collects the checklist. We have not received, we have not assessed, or we have not...
She probably didn't go to the ministry. I was just asking a question because I got the first street what she expressed to me when she was trying to get the child into a primary school.
Okay, our office is on Clear Hall School, Main Road. It's the first 3-story building on your left. We operate on the ground floor. Okay? No problem.
We can't get you that, Mr.
All right.
Thank you.
Motion now. Next, please. I think we're running behind. You're not leaving early again. Next slide, please. Emotional and behavioral disorders. Difficulty. These students have difficulty regulating emotions and behavior. They're very disruptive and they're withdrawn. One time I went to observe a child at Pickett School, and I stood by the door. I realized that, they were watching. I went outside by the window and looked in, and I saw another little girl. She grabbed the other little girl from behind, and she just tear down the girl's clothes. I said, what is going on? And then the teacher explained to me, this is how she behaves all the time. She just passed with her pencil and stabbed somebody and just walk as if nothing is wrong. And she was 5. She was in K. She was in K. Sometimes she just look at you and she just start to scream. In K. They have them. Trust me, in our primary schools we have them. They excel with supportive relationships. She's friends with one boy in the class, and the one boy in the class, he does not speak well. He stutters. And she's very protective of him. And he is her friend. You can't do him anything. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. We're going to kind of run through. But I'll make the slides available for you to go through. Inclusive education. Again, somebody said that they want us to teach everybody together. it can work. It can work. It takes a lot of practice. Once you've practiced it, it can work. Inclusive education, simply put, is ensuring that every student, no matter their abilities, disabilities, or background, learns together in the same classroom with the right type of support. So I can speak to you quickly about some of our schools, the schools that I service. These schools have at least 4 to 5 teachers in that one room. So we have a hodgepodge of all the different specialties in that one class, and we have 4 to 5 teachers there to help manage the behavioral issues and all the different other issues that we have, and so on, with the children. And that helps to, as well as students who can read and learn normally. And that helps to control a lot of the outbursts and so on that would take place. It took a while for them to get it, but once you get them into a routine, it can work. Once the teacher plans properly, it can work. Next slide. 24. One class had 22, one had 21, one had 24. Different schools had different numbers. I think Somerville had 24. So the basic principles of inclusive education was equity versus equality. And of course, universal design for learning. Who knows about that? Anybody know anything about universal design for learning? That's new. Teachers, we need to keep. I don't think Miss Francis is not in the know. I know she knows, but I'm not hearing her say yes at all. All of you know. Okay, good. I know that. That has to do with engagement, representation, expression, and last but not least, the least restrictive environment. Right? Now, next slide quickly. I'm going to run through quickly. Next one. Yes. The principle of the universal design for learning. Simply put, engagement has to do with when you offer options to support and stimulate and motivate the students' interests, right? And their enthusiasm for learning. Representation, present the information in different forms. My favorite teaching style is the I do, we do, you do model. I model it for you first. Then we do it together as a group, and then you get an opportunity to do it on your own. If that strategy can work for students with challenges, what do you think it can do to students who are normally developed? So maybe you can try that as well. The I do, we do, is called direct instruction. So if you want to look it up, you look up direct instruction. The I do, the we do, and the you do model. Action and expression, offer options and support to all so that everyone can learn, create, learn, and share. There's an app called Seesaw that I use with some of the students. It offers a lot of different ways that you can share the information that you would have learned. Or, for example, if I gave an assignment, and remember, early childhood goes up to, I think, grade 3, and they can use Seesaw. If they're able to use Google Classroom, they can use Seesaw. Seesaw is friendly. And you can connect the two. So, I can't show you that right now, but I have videos where the children presented assignments using that app. I gave them a Black History Month presentation to do. I told them to just choose their famous Black person, present it anyhow they want. But the rubric is the same. The rubric is the same, but the presentations were all different. And that is the way that they felt, feel more comfortable or felt more comfortable expressing themselves. Sometimes if you give them, do it in a project or do it in a poster, they may not want to do that. They may want to do a drawing. They may want to do a comic. They may want to do a rap. They may want to do a poem. So just give them that opportunity to choose. Next slide. Time to share. I want two persons. One, since it's 10 to 3, I want one person to share an experience that they've had with teaching a student, with a child with challenges. One person. Don't let me call on you, Miss Francis. Do not let me call on you. One person. Share an experience. In the meantime, I'm going to go get the other thing ready.
So, I'm going to link two speakers' topic into one.
You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, Dr. Tong, that spoke about IT in the classroom. So I had this one student, and nothing that I did seemed to work. She was interested academically, did not partake in anything. And then upon doing Dr. Tong's course, when he told us about introducing IT in the classroom, So I downloaded an app, told the parents about it, and voila, she was so engaged. Whatever concept that I was teaching, I would use the tablet to teach her that, and then she started. So that's an experience that I wish to share, that I think the classroom does. Thank you.
Okay, so which of the following special needs is most prevalent in Antigua and Barbuda? Let's see what you think. Ready? You ready for me to tell you who was correct?
Okay, so the most common special need in our schools, learning disabilities. It's learning disabilities. Number 4, which is the blue. Number 5 is number 4 with 5 persons. That's the correct one. That's the most prevalent special needs that we have. Can you switch to me before you come out? We're running out of time. Next slide. So what we're going to watch quickly is some of the instructions that we You can use visual aids and graphic organizers. You can also break tasks into smaller steps.
Thank you. Give clear, concise instructions. Multiple modes. Use multiple modes. As I told you, you can, just as the UDL model suggests, you use visual, auditory, tactile. Just like the direct instruction, I do, we do it together, and you do it afterwards. Next slide, please. Question, I hate this Americans. Behavioral and social strategies use positive reinforcement, the peer and body system, predictable routines, and teaching them of social skills. Next one, classroom modifications, flexible seating and timing, assistive technology, alternative assessments, grouping and peer tutoring. Next slide. Oh, you're on the ball. Collaboration and support systems, work with other special educators and aides, involve parents and guardians, and you can also connect with the Special Education Needs Unit, Ministry of Education, Sports and Creative Industries. We just did the poll. I moved it up so we could just flow. We don't have the time for the case study right now. Go ahead, next. Down to teacher self-care. Right. But when you get the handout, you can do the case study. As educators, we tend to be a little hard on ourselves when the children are not learning the way how we want them to learn. And a lot of teachers are passing away. So I think self-care is important. I'm an advocate for that. So manage your stress with boundaries. If you see you cannot make it, you cannot make it. Reflect and adapt without self-blame. Don't blame yourself. If you personally think you could have done better, just do better. You don't need to blame yourself for anything. Tomorrow is another day. And share your challenges with colleagues. It helps. Because you're telling me what you did, I may like it and I may try it. Because I know that, listen, I'm having that difficulty. Maybe if I do what you did, it can work for me and my parents and my students. And if you have any resources, feel free to share. So for my teachers, the teachers that I'm going to be working with, I already have their grade book already and a teacher binder already done. I could just email it to them, and the grade book tallies everything. So they don't have to worry. All they have to put the student name in, assignment 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, and it tallies one time. So if you can make your co-workers' life a little less stressful, you can do that. Okay? So the key takeaways: inclusion benefits all learners. Flexibility is essential, and collaboration improves success. It begins with you. So now I want you to just write one strategy that you will try when school reopens. Just take 1 minute and write it down. Just write it for me. I may call on 2 persons to share. One strategy that you are going to try when school reopens. Quickly. What time is it supposed to finish? At 3 o'clock? Sorry? Sorry. Anybody's finished yet? And would like to share? No, y'all taking too long. You finished, sweetheart, in the black and white? Finish? You do. You plan to use that? Yes. Good start. Good start. Oh, you're starting at the right place. Anybody else would like to share? One more person? Think, pair, share. Yes. That's a good one too. Next slide. So, our job is to teach the students we have, not the ones we would like to have. Not the ones we used to have, those we have right now, all of them. So don't say you wish you had a different class and I don't like this class and this, they're who you're supposed to be teaching right now. So let Google be your best friend. Let Google be your best friend. Go to the next slide for me, please. And of course, feel free to contact the Special Education Needs Unit if you need any assistance. And our phone line is currently being fixed, so I couldn't put a number. I think they're changing the number. So I put the email address, and you can also contact me directly. Both my email addresses are there. a.shadrach@moetech.edu.ag, and my personal email, ayanashad@gmail.com. Special Needs Unit, senanubbq@gmail.com. Before I go, I have a little handout. Oh, the phone number, 725-3499. WhatsApp me anytime. 725-3499. Yes, 725-3499. That's my. Yeah, 725-3499. I have a handout for you.
behalf on Lighting Shine Preschool and Daycare, we like to present this token of appreciation to you. Thank you so much. It was very insightful and very engaging.
Thank you. Oh.
Who's going to put the mic? No, the mic.
Oh.
The mic.
Oh, you want us? Come on, that side. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It is my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker, a passionate advocate for our young learners and a proud daughter of the gem of the Antilles, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Miss Verdessa Brown. Ms. Brown holds a bachelor's degree in early childhood education and family studies from the prestigious University of the West Indies. She has spent the past 5 years as supervisor of the Colinair Early Childhood Center, which is a government-run facility where she also serves as a valued member of the senior management team. Her leadership extends beyond the walls of her center. She chairs the Child Month Exposition Committee, has served as Public Relations Officer for the National Association for Early Childhood in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Vice President for District 4, and Secretary of the Parents Teachers Association of Adelphi Secondary School. In addition to her professional accomplishments, Ms. Brown is the founder of the Verdessa Brown Foundation Scholarship, offering hope and opportunity to a child facing academic and financial challenges. Beyond her advocacy for early childhood education, she finds joy in hiking, fitness, counseling, motivating others, and building meaningful connections. Today, she brings with her a wealth of experience, a deep love of her community, and an unwavering belief in the transformative power of education. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our speaker, Ms. Verdessa Brown.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I am happy to be here. It's my first time here in Antigua and Barbuda, and I'm happy to be here to present to you on the topic, Reclaim, Recharge, Renew, Strengthening Family Educator Collaboration for Early Learners. I'm excited to share this journey with you today, how we can reclaim, recharge, and renew our roles by strengthening collaboration with families of early learners. We all are aware of the many challenges we are faced with when it comes to family support and involvement. Slide number 2. When you hear the word family involvement or family engagement, what comes to mind? So you're going to talk to me. I'm from St. Vincent and I need to know what's happening in Antigua, okay? So you're going to tell me what comes to mind when you hear the word family engagement or family support. Don't be shy. Huh? Money? Okay. Collaboration, communication, I love that word. Using technology, yes, I love those. Keep those points close, all right? So family engagement is crucial in early childhood education. Today, we will explore how reflecting on our roles, refreshing our strategies, and renewing our partnership can lead to stronger connection and better outcomes for children. Next slide, please. Why do you think family engagement matters? Families, as we know, play a vital role in a child's learning and development. Families, parents, you are the first and foremost teacher of these early learners. You are setting that foundation for our teachers, because when you are the one that give birth to them, you are the one that are training them up. We take over from you on a daily basis, but the main foundation, it is with you, the parents. Parents have an amazing opportunity to nurture their children's growth and development and to advocate for their education. Family engagement is a collaborative and strength-based process through which early childhood professional families and children build positive and goal-oriented relationships. It is a shared responsibility of families and staff at all levels that requires mutual respect for the roles and strengths each has to offer. So you hear that? It is a shared responsibility. So while yes, the parents have their role to play, we as educators, we have our role to play as well. But we also need to do that on a respectful ground, in a respectful manner. That way we can get the word collaboration, yes. Erickson's psychology theory, among others, emphasize that parents and educators are each integral in supporting and encouraging the success of a child, the success a child has in life at every stage of development. Research shows that students with engaged families have improved graduation rates, better attendance, and improved and increased teacher satisfaction. Family engagement helps children feel connected, feel safe and supported, which is crucial for their readiness to learn. Moreover, family engagement reduces challenging behavior in children by promoting consistency in routine, open communication, and early intervention. You know, the speaker before spoke about how you can managing behaviors for those children with disability. They can't do it alone. As much as they are specialized persons to assist in that field, the parents need to understand the nature of their child and how they can work together to combat whatever difficult behaviors these children may have or may display. Family involvement supports social, emotional growth and builds students' confidence. Engaging families contribute to a positive, trusting school community. Next slide, please. So we are going to reclaim by reflecting on our roles. I want you to take this time to pause and reflect on how you currently engage with the families or the parents in your school. Just take that moment to reflect.
pause for a moment and reflect on how you currently engage families. Over the years, I have recognized that parents' expectations are different to ours. I don't know if you are experiencing that. But I'm very young in teaching. I may not have all the years like some of you, but for the few years that I've been in the teaching sector, I've recognized that a lot of parents tend to lean towards more academics than the development of their children socially and emotionally. Because they expect us to teach them to write their name before they leave preschool. That's not our duty. That if there are some students who are at that high level that may be able to write their names before they leave, but we are supposed to be teaching them, how to say, excuse me, thank you, express their emotions. I'm feeling sad today. Why? Express themselves. Think about how they're feeling, why they're feeling the way they are feeling. Because these are what we are growing up to in adulthood. Because if they can't manage their emotions while they are this young, how about when they come old? And we, as teachers, we need to manage our own emotions as well. Because sometimes we feel stressed, and we take it at school, and we take it out on our colleagues, and even the parents come to us. Sometimes they are very hasty, very harsh, and then we respond the same manner. We have to manage our emotions. 1 second, I'm coming to you, I see your hand. We have to manage our emotions. When a parent comes to you angry, upset, you don't meet them angry and upset too. You are to be calm, collective, give them that listening ear. Sometimes you just leave them to vent. Let them say what they want to say. Say how they feel. You make your mental notes. Because guess what? The next day they're going to come back. They may not even say good morning. When you meet them, good morning, miss. How are you today? Are you feeling better today? Are you still upset with me from yesterday? And you give them that whole warm feeling. So before I continue, yes, miss? You have a question? Okay. Yes. I know, and that is why it's important for us to get to know you parents and students session. When the child comes to your school for enrollment, you have a conversation. Find out about the child, find out about their background, find out about the parent themselves. Sometimes I heard somebody said earlier they put false information on record, but then you may be familiar with persons in the community. You can do your own investigation. You can do your own visiting and see, how this child is doing and interacting on all of that. So you have a part to play as well in finding out information that will make you get better planning for your children, for your students, for you to be able to educate our parents on what is expected for early childhood learners. So
I have a question. How do we get parents to be on the same page with us? As I just stated, once a child is enrolled in your school or institution, it's the duty of the supervisor, the manager, or the teacher to dialogue with these parents, find out what are their expectations and vice versa. Ensure that there is clear communication. Communication is our key word. Communication, understanding, and that each party trust is built, as this would have a positive impact on parent-teacher relationship. Trust. Trust, and I'm spelling it in caps, is one of the biggest issues among parents and teachers. We need to gain the trust of the parents so that they are able to work with us and we're able to work with them as well, and that they would see what we are seeing. Like the Miss Spencer, that's her name, when she puts up the valuation of where we are seeing on one side 4 and we're seeing on the other side 3. There are different perspectives for each parent and there are different perspectives for each teachers as well. So it's important that we come to a common ground, a common understanding. Recognize challenges and barriers. Many families are faced with work schedules, multiple jobs, or lack of child care. Language and cultural differences can create communication gaps. Past negative experiences with schools may cause hesitation and distrust. Some families lack access to technology or even resources. So let's identify barriers like time constraints. So, sometimes you plan meeting, and meeting is about 3 o'clock. I don't know if it's the same for your pair, but back home, we might have meeting, it's probably about 3:30, 3:30, or maybe a little earlier. And, parents are still working, some may not be able to get the time off because sometimes the meeting, they don't have the date before. It's a last minute call. Or you may have an activity and the activity is within school time, but you want the parents to be there and you're unable to because boss did not give them that time off. So we have to be flexible where we can do some after work activities. So yes, I know you want to go home because you're at school all day with the children, you're burnt out, you're probably tired, and you want to get home, but we need to meet the parents half of the way as well, right? So let's reclaim a more intentional, authentic approach to family partnership. Next slide, please. Now we are going to recharge. We're going to renew that energy and strategies. Educators need to recharge by incorporating self-care, and you've been hearing a lot about that since this morning from the keynote speaker right down. It means that self is important. How many of us take a little vacation by ourselves, just go on the beach and just relax? How many of us does that? We are home on this vacation and we are probably cleaning down, washing down the windows, getting the house in order. The children are up and down, we're trying to take them to summer school and back and all of these things. But did you take some time for yourself? Did you take yourself on the beach? Did you take yourself to a restaurant? Did you take yourself to get your nails done? Did you take yourself for a back massage, a foot scrub? Did you do that before you thinking about going back to school? Maybe take a nice makeover, surprise somebody, or they just pop up and be like, oh, who's that? we have to take care of self and our professional growth. Our colleague from St. Kitts will give you more tips on this tomorrow, so I'm not going to take over this because it's going to be very, very informative. Tomorrow you get more tips on how you're going to take care of yourself and balance that work at home and at school, all right? We need to use communication tools like WhatsApp, Facebook, TikTok. We have to be with the current trend. I know some of us, may not be up to date with technology, but we need to get with the program. The program now is TikTok, Instagram, FaceTime for those who have iPhones, WhatsApp. We don't need credit anymore. Once we have Wi-Fi, we can make a phone call, we can video call, so you can see people from a distance. Technology have increased, and we need to get with that program. All right. This by this way. How many of you utilize social media to communicate to parents? How many of you have WhatsApp group chat just for parents where you share information of what is happening to school? I know you may have the idea that, it's my personal phone. Government ain't putting credit on it. Government ain't doing this for me. Government ain't buy the phone for me. But then at the end of the day, how do you expect parents to get information about what is happening in your school? You think they don't read it. You can never read it. You can know if you read the message. There is an information button that can let you know if they read the message. Some of them, they probably have it on Do Not Disturb and stuff like that. But the point is that you would have communicated. That's the important thing. You would have communicated. And while you would have done the communication via WhatsApp, you still have your school notice board where you're going to place that information. So whoever is coming to bring the child at school, they are going to see the information. And I know for us in the government centers back home, we have an attendant. The attendant is the first person that you meet when you bring your child to school. So if you have an attendant or a person in front of your school that accepts your child at say 7:30 or 7 o'clock, that person is supposed to read the information as well. Let the parent know today, tomorrow, parents be reminded that tomorrow there will be a meeting at 3:30 p.m. Don't forget, because sometimes we are hustling, we are bustling, and we tend to forget things. Sometimes, yes, we read the WhatsApp chat, but then when we get distracted, and we'll remember to go back and finish reading the information. But as I said, there are different ways. So if the WhatsApp is not working, you can make a phone call. All right, you can call to remind the parent about the activity or the obligations that they made. So you can do follow-up calls, show interest, show that you care, and in return, parents will reciprocate. So you do follow-up calls. How many times do you call a parent if you notice a child is absent for a week? Because sometimes they don't even communicate to say the child ain't coming to school. But if you care that much about that child, you will do a call. Mommy, I didn't see Jerry at school today. Is he okay? And she would say, Miss, I was supposed to call you, but I was so busy and I didn't get to call you. But thank you for calling me. And I appreciate this. That's one step closer to you bonding with that parent. One step. All you need is just one step. One step closer. And sometimes that parent is so frustrated and that call just motivate them. And the next day you see the child come to school. Or sometimes they don't have anything to give the child to eat, you know, or even money to send them to school. And you make that phone call just to check in to see, I didn't see Josh for the week. Miss, I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't have anything to give him to come to school, you know. And I don't have any money to pay his passage. And a uniform to smile. I don't have nothing to put on him. Because some of you mean that the child must come to school in uniform. You could say, Mommy, I understand. Send him to school. We will take care of him. Put on whatever clothes he has, clean clothes that he has, and we will take care of him for the meals for the day. Sometimes we need that help, you know. Sometimes we need that help. And your teachers know that too, because you are parents, some of you. You know the struggle. You know how hard it is. And the sacrifices that you have to make. Thank you very much. So let's create a welcome environment, engage efforts, invite parents to participate in classroom activities, have flexible meeting times and virtual options. Sometimes you may not be able to have the meeting in person like how we are having it here. But you see, Dr. ABC couldn't make it to our session, but you enjoyed this session, right? As much as it was online, you enjoyed this session, right? So we as educators can do the same. We can decide to create a link and say, you know what, parents, maybe you can have a meeting 7 o'clock tonight in the comfort of your home. And we send that link. They may not even be sitting at the table, but because it's on, they are listening. They are listening, they may come back and they may communicate or, you know, make their comments. But let's meet the parents half of the way so that they can meet us as well. Because if we put ourselves out there and then they are feeling that care and love and affection, remember, they are like, I would normally say adults need the same attention like children. You don't think so? And I think we need it a little more. Because when we feel stressed and frustrated, we tend to walk away, some of us. We tend to lash out, and those are children behaviors. So we need that as well. Next slide, please. So we are going to be renewing by building collaborative partnerships. Renewing our approach means fostering two-way communication, encouraging families to participate in decisions. So, school is opening on the 1st of September. I don't know if it's the same for you. And as one of the persons up here said that you normally would have classroom rules. But then you may have activities planned, like let's say plan. You can invite just the week before school. You can see if you can get up 2 or 3 parents. You don't have to get everybody, you know. One person show up, that's a success. One person shows up, it means that somebody cares. And when that one person shows up and they are working with you and they are getting to know you and they're seeing your personality, the way you communicate, the way you embrace them, they're going to spread that word. They're going to tell us, hey, listen, you see this school teacher by this school? They had a session where we had to go and help make charts for the classroom. Girl, I enjoyed it. Said, we've been not so them just have to work hard. Forget charts, go up and wall. And those guys go to school look so pretty. The next time we go together, hey? And then this one come, tell this one. Then you realize you get a whole community coming to school to help you. Okay? So, we need to celebrate families' culture and traditions. I've recognized that during my visit here, you have persons from like the Spanish and the Chinese, and I'm certain sure you may have some of those children coming to your school, right? So you need to find out what their culture is like. Do you have anything in your classroom that displays multicultural experiences? Do you have charts that speaks to Chinese, that speaks to the Spanish? Because you would have those type of students in your classrooms, and they would impact those that are local, right? And when you celebrate family culture and tradition, you make them feel welcome and valued. You can share resources to support learning beyond the classroom. So for example, you can have a workshop on activities that can be done at home to help a child's learning and development. Because sometimes these parents, they're not knowledgeable about what really should be done on the early childhood level, you know. Because the way they were raised is the same way they are raising their children. So it's important for us to, just like how we have this session, we can call our parents on a school level, on a zonal level, or even on a level like this. And you give them hands-on practical activities that you're doing in the school that would help the children, and let them practice it at home. They're hanging out the clothes on the line, and I don't know if you do this here, and you can tell them to hang you the colors of the clothespin. So you could tell me, Mommy, Josh, hand me the blue clothespin. How many are you giving me? You know, when you educate parents on these little things that they can use at home, simple things that they're doing at home, can teach the children colors, shapes, size, how to communicate as well. When I don't know the color, then you will recognize that, okay, well, then I need to do something. So we as educators need to have workshops, invite our parents in the schools when we are doing activities. They can probably sit in and watch and see us teach as well to see how we are teaching. And they can take up a few points from there to assist at home. You are going back to school, and as one of our presenters said, you want your class, are you going back to the old classroom, or are you going to take down the charts and bring new vibes, fresh look? You want the parents to help you. There are some of our parents who are very skilled, you know. They can draw, they can paint. But how do we get to know if they can do all of these things? We have to dialogue with them. We have to be open-minded. We have to communicate with them so that we can get that information and that we can use our resources. So sometimes the resources may not be mandatory as in hand, but our resources may be human. The human can help us come in with their creative minds, with their skills, and assist. You want the ramp for your school. I'm sure you may have parents parents in your school that are a carpenter or woodworker, doing some sort of thing. You can tap into that. Maybe you might need to buy the materials and they make the ramp for you. You call a meeting, you can have a nice fundraiser barbecue or something to raise that fund and assist in building that ramp for your school, right? So we have to be innovative, we have to be creative, and we have to use the resources that we have at hand. I remember when this lady, she said she's just finishing school. You can also broaden your horizon by partnering with companies. So like for example, the health care unit, you can have them come into your schools and speak about healthy eating. show you and the parents how to create healthy meals that the children would love to eat. Because these days it's hard to get the children to eat healthy. They don't want apple, they want concours. But we need to know how to make the apple look like concours, right? We need to make the carrot look like cheese stick. So if we can do that, then we will get the children to be on the healthier side. So we need to collaborate with persons in the wider society so that we can get funding as well. Some of them may sponsor your school, some of them may sponsor a child for lunch for a week, a month. Some of them may sponsor to buy uniforms, but we need to reach out to them. They won't know our cry unless we reach out to them. I also have an active Parent Teachers Association. How many of you have a PTA association? That is functioning. That's functioning. I know it's hard to get parents to be on PTA, but as I said, if you get two, even if it's one of the parents have to be the president and you're the vice president, and you get your other staff members to join the team, and you work with that one parent, as I said, the news will spread, the word will spread, the work will show, and eventually you will get those to come online. Sometimes you have sometimes every year you may have a different batch of parents, a different batch of students. So this year you may have a parent body that is very excited, want to be involved in everything. Next year, you may have one like always complaining, I don't know, every time I have a fundraiser, so me want money too. You can't let that deter you. You still have to push, keep pushing. Next slide, please. So some practical strategies for collaboration includes, but are not limited to, consistent communication through apps, daily or weekly reports. How many of you at the end of the day or at the end of the week let your parent know how the child behaved in school today, what the child ate in school today, what activities were done in school today or for the week? As I said, because it depends on your work schedule or your staffing, it may be hard to do it on a daily basis. But it's something that you can think about and adapt, where you do a daily or weekly or even a monthly report to the parents. Let them know how their child individually is doing. And that way, you can get to tap in on the parent as well, can get to tap in on what they are lacking. Because you might notice this week, okay, the child felt a little down and out, and then you may understand that, okay, they had a person in the home. But because you communicated with the parent said, oh, this week he was really moody for you because, he wasn't feeling too well and stuff like that and the like. So as I say, the more you open up to parents, the more they trust you. And remember, when they give you this information, you have to keep it. I shouldn't have to come into the school, and then when I go down the road, this parent trying to stop me to tell me what they hear about me. Then that would not create the environment that you want for you to be involved, your family, your parents to be involved. So, you can host family events and encourage shared activities that connect home and school. Next slide, please. Overcoming barriers. As you recognize, there are a lot of barriers when it comes to parental involvement and many other aspects of early childhood. But how can we overcome these barriers? Cultural competence and sensitivity. What do you have in your environment that supports cultural sensitivity?
Anybody want to share? What do you have in your environment that supports cultural sensitivity?
So we have a lot of Spanish descent students at our school. So we have a Spanish program. Okay, we have a teacher that teaches.
Spanish, great, awesome.
Sometimes, when I was teaching the Lord way, I would put around the different areas in my class, like the window, the English and the Spanish, the blackboard, the English and Spanish, and I
Great. And how does the other children who are not Spanish embrace that culture? Yes. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, and when it comes to like the national tradition, do you practice that in the school? Okay. Okay. Okay, so what you can do, you can try to invite those parents once they're available, or as I said, you use the different platforms and get them to come in and interact with other students and even parents too. Okay. Okay, well, keep up the good work. Anybody else? You have cultural dressing. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Great. Great. Awesome. So parents can share what they do in their culture at home. For example, you might have the Chinese at your schools. You're trying to teach them to eat with fork or spoon, but they're accustomed to using chopsticks. So it would be nice for them to come to school and let them use the chopsticks, and you'll be surprised how our local students would want to try to use that chopstick too. And that way you get that whole collaborative effort. Right? So if you have a Chinese in your school, a Chinese student in your school, and they can use the chopstick, they themselves can even show the other students how to use that chopstick. You can get those Chinese parents to come in with other parents and have a little luncheon where, you know, how do I hold it to take up this spaghetti? I try to do it at home, but I can't do it. But they might be able to show you how to hold it between the fingers and get it done. Right? So that's one way of how we can handle cultural sensitivity in the school. And then, you know, some children don't eat this or they don't eat that, but when they see other children eating it, they come to school and they want it, and they go home and they're like, but he don't eat this, but he eats it at school, right? So that's how we are going to be able to handle cultural sensitivity. So we must address cultural differences with sensitivity, as I say, offer flexible eating options, and build trust through consistent, respectful interactions to overcome these barriers.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Benefits for early learners. When families and educators collaborate effectively, children feel secure, motivated, and engaged, leading to stronger development and academic growth. Excuse me. So we have a role to play. We are called to action. I encourage you to reclaim your role as a family partner. Recharge your energy with new tools and renew collaboration approach for meaningful, lasting impact. Next slide, please. Now, I would love to hear your thoughts, questions, experiences with family engagements so that we can learn from each other. Anybody have any thoughts that they want to share? Any questions that they want to ask? If not, we'll move to the next slide. A big thank you. Thank you for your time and for your attention and for interacting with me. I enjoyed our presentation this afternoon and I am happy to learn from you and I hope you learned from me as well. All right? So we will go back to our classroom feeling. And we're going to take care of yourself, right? Yes, so make sure you get the massage, the foot scrub, the hairstyle, the manicure. Just do something for yourself before school reopens. Thank you very much. And please feel free to talk to me after. No problem.
Listen, I don't know where she thinks she is, right? But yes, we still hang our clothes online with clothespin. At least I think so. Or everybody. Well, I guess everybody has a dryer in their
I haven't seen it, so my apologies.
I think that you seasoned and stewed your presentation this afternoon with all 4 R's, and it was wonderfully done. On behalf of the Shining Light Daycare and Preschool, I'd like to present to you this token of appreciation.
Thank you.
And follow me on TikTok.
All right. So you need to give me your TikTok name, okay? Thank you very much. Miss, what's your name? Teacher, what's your name? King? Kebeli? Okay, Miss Kebeli, thank you very much for your words of take off the cover off me now. I can't remember the name, my apologies. But thank you so much for the warm wishes.
Now we have come to the end of our first day. I hope you all enjoyed the first day. Tomorrow will be our final day, and we're expecting each and as many of all of you to be here tomorrow morning, God's willing. We're going to have a nice day tomorrow. I'm telling you, a nice day tomorrow.
We have to claim it. Right, so we're going to have a beautiful day tomorrow. So we're looking forward to see all of you tomorrow because we have 4 more persons coming up tomorrow. Some are energetic and we're going to wine Denise. We're going to dance Denise. Yes, so not because I can move, I can move Denise. Okay, I can still move, right. We have to be happy. We can't always go in a walk with our face so long and that kind of thing. We have to smile. I always tell people, smile, God loves you. So just smile and make yourself be happy. Dr. ABC said we have to make ourselves happy. Dress up. Fix up our, my fingernails. So I see some pretty fingernails. I might have to go put on some pretty ones. I don't know. But but I'm not a fingernail person anyway. So I'm really truly happy that all of you came out this morning. The rain was coming down. I could hardly see the road when I was coming down. And I just said, Lord, let me reach down safely. And he did. And I'm so happy that all of you still come out in the rain. One of my colleagues said, are we still having the function? We just said, should you just come see? Right, so tomorrow we'll have Juliana from St. Kitts. She will share her part. Right? And we're looking forward to hear her because she traveled overseas, as you say, come here, Bangwater, come here to do a presentation. So we're looking forward to hear her tomorrow. So let us stand so we can dismiss. And before you go, by the time you reach down to my clerks down at the bottom there, my clerks will give you a bag each. Those are my 2 clerks at the back. We have to say hello, and we have to say thank you, Hester, and thank you, Satisha. I just call her child's name, Right. So we say thank you for doing our registration and so forth. Yes? Pardon? I'm just saying we're going to dance, but I'm just putting in that, I am just putting in that part of it. But we can dance even though we dress up. What happened? Still dress professional tomorrow. Next year, God's willing, we'll have a timing so we can just put on just our nightie or something. And just have a sleepover from the Thursday night to the Friday. You never know what can happen next year, God's willing. Right. So we just want to say thank you, and then we're going to dismiss. Father God, we just want to thank you for a lovely day. Every time I have functioned, one person said, every time I functioned, rain came. And I said, because God blessed me all the time. So that's why we have the rain. Whatever I'm doing is not for me, it's for all our education officers right here. So Father God, we just want to thank you for holding up the rain. We want to thank you for bringing all these teachers, supervisors here today with no accident, nothing at all. And Father God, we want to thank you for all the facilitators who presented today. So we're going home now, dear God, so please protect us on our way home. Keep us safe from harm, keep us safe from danger, and bring us back here safely tomorrow. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So see you all tomorrow, God's willing. Go to the clerks and they will give you a bag.